you get an opportunity to see them when you try to think about, is it too far for him to think about? Man, Mbappe is not on. Well, it takes on as he's committed. Novis, they go back into the game from 12 yards, scores. Mbappe, don't touch it.
The queen of the best ever national Esoccer League champion, Yoba.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. The best of the best players feeling the pressure and the nerves of Game 24.
My goodness.
Wow, what are we seeing? Bringing to you this live broadcast of this huge matchup. We got to see once more what the Challengers Cup is all about. It's being able to produce in the pressure cooker. And I love when players are nervous a little bit, where, you know, you get an opportunity to see them when they're under pressure. But just by impulse, you get to do something crazy.
We're back to action. Now we're about to play the golden goal for the grand finale of the Onile Grand Finale. Oh, we're just having an update. Oh, that is one of just one of not regret. You see, not regret this. Oh, yes. Tossed up, and now King Ronx, right from that one, turns around to get himself a lead for the very first time in this game. And Anif will be feeling so unlucky right now.
Very unlucky. On one end, you look like you're about to go up. There is more or less like a goal line clearance. On the other end, on that same possession, it sometimes does really hurt. And I know if you play FC at any capacity, whether pro level, casual level, I mean, you definitely agree with me that that one is definitely going to hurt. And credit to Ronx, a little bit of the mind games, but immediately that ball got to Shelling's feet. He knew what he wanted to do with the build-up. So beautiful. Look at that cross pass from Caroline Sega. One touch into Shelling. Kind of baited him with how he went to the left side.
It did look like he was going to turn onto Shelling's left and right against that turn. As soon as Anif committed the defender, we did see Shelling in her favorite rise there. Absolutely insane stuff we are just seeing from these players. King Ronx now trying to see if he can double that lead, make it 3-1 in his favor. That would possibly give him a whole lot of breathing space in this one, because you know Anif is the guy who is not definitely going to be lined out. We have only played 57 minutes, I believe, on the clock. That's a lot of time.
It's 67 actually, as the clock does keep ticking. Maybe Ronx are kind of redefined the corner kick technique, because usually what we saw in the first 2 weeks was
down back and using the finesse
back.
going.
But this time he's actually knocking it inside, right in front of the goalkeeper, and not a lot of
Making it
people are
very,
kind
very
of tracking it. Yeah,
Yeah, I think making it scrappy is sort of where the
because it can bounce anywhere.
anywhere you get yourself an own goal, a deflection, something will just happen. And like we just saw earlier in the first half, where we had two options, you could just be left to the one-on-one in the 6 yards box.
Exactly, it can cause absolute pandemonium at the back when that situation arises. Ronx on the hand, he smells blood, he smells maybe one more goal to give him that security he's been looking for, but you'll not be rushing it at all. Definitely signs of a pretty good player, and there's a reason why he's in the top 5 of the National Esoccer Pro League 2026, and for him to just take the sting out of the game a little bit yesterday away though, and if we have an opportunity to counter, we know how much he loves doing that. He's got options to find. This time we will see just invited too much of the pressure. Get to back!
My goodness.
It's a build to the finish.
My goodness, you can see that sigh of relief, a huge sigh of relief. For the first time, he didn't allow King Ronx go in his head after he tried to cut back again and again. I mean, we did see again and again him trying to cut back into space because King Ronx was really pressuring every single man that had the ball. But the very first time throughout this game that he forced the issue, he was able to get himself another back. I think that was possibly open up the game because now
really helped him to secure maybe a top 8 spot, a top 4 spot, or even the crown at the end of it all. Because that was a hard fought one. And the thing about Ronx is that's not the first time he's had to scrape for a win. Remember his game against Khaled?
2-1.
Like there are some of those games from some of the very best players around where they've got to fight for it, they've got to scrape for it, and I'm sure he will indeed be extremely proud of how he got the job done. We tell our attention to this one as we approach halftime in this game with Simply Uzo looking like he's a different man with the different leagues as we get a little bit of a smile from him. It looks like yesterday turned a whole new corner for him.
Yes, I mean a lot of confidence booster to be able to get that draw against Uzo and to get it in that manner of passion. It wasn't a ball draw, it wasn't a 2-2 or 1-1 draw, it was a 6-6 draw, which tells you that man did score a lot of goals. He took the fight to Uzo and then got that his own also, I think, high crazy win, high scoring encounter against, oh my goodness, that one's an absolute fantastic goal from Baloke. Baloke is refusing to go without a fight in this one. I think there's still so much game to happen in this particular match. We're going to see a whole lot of goals, possibly the same haul we did see in the game between Simply Uzo and Khaled. And I think after that game, those two games, getting 4 points in one day, I think sort of has taken his confidence to another level. If he goes on to win this one against Baloke, his tally is going to be 7 points. It's going to lift him up a little bit and possibly do like this, throw it.
Yeah, that thing is
about 11 more games for you to play for, and you have 7 points. You might not be looking at winning anything at all, but at least you can see if you can scrape your way into the top 8. I mean, he has played most of the top players.
Surely it will give him some confidence in some sense, and picking up these points and he's going to be back on the job is not done yet though. It's still a chunk of the 45 left to play. Simply Uzo looking to ride off the wave of yesterday with some impressive performances. Baloke, I mean, Baloke has to be looking at this game as his potential way of also kind of bouncing back a little bit, because this against an opponent, but if his offense has been struggling in the league just like yourself, and if it's going to be such a battle, we usually see relegation battles in so many sports, like, and when those teams face off against each other, it's always tight. So you can't understand why it is indeed tight for both of these guys to separate from each other. And right now, Simply Uzo doing a great job of currently holding on to the lead. You find Yamal, and he get one more twist in the tail. Yamal down the byline almost.
Attempts at Trivela from that was very, very tight. I think for Baloke also getting to get that a win against Baji Senior will give him a lot of it. It might be different because you're looking at Baji Senior hasn't had the best of runs after that opening day where he went on to beat him. But I think also giving such a boost in the sense that this is someone who's highly respected in the community. Yes, he might not be having the best of times. That time around, it is blocked by that defender there. And he will beat a huge sigh of relief there as Simply Uzo as he takes this fight and continues to try and see if he can make something out of this one. But like you did say, this is a relegation match.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve us shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign in peace, oh, back to honor it, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain, O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be.
Oh, good God! For nature to think about, is it too far for him to think about? Man, Mbappe is not on. Well, it takes on as he's committed.
Oh, we are going.
Novis, take it back into the game from 12 yards, scores. And we're back where it
The queen of the first ever national Esoccer League champion, your man.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. The best of the best players feeling the pressure and the nerves of Game 24.
My goodness.
Wow, what are we seeing? Bringing to you this live broadcast of this huge matchup. We got to see once more what the Challengers Cup is all about. It's being able to produce in the pressure cooker. And I love when players are nervous a little bit, where, you know, you get an opportunity to see them when they're under pressure. But just by impulse, you get to do something crazy.
We're back to action. Now we're about to play the golden goal for the grand finale of Onile Grand Finale. Oh, we're just having an update. Oh, that is more than just one of us. You can see that reflections. Oh, yeah. Really tossed up, and now King Ronx, right from that one, turns around to get himself a lead for the
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongue may differ in brotherhood, flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign in peace, oh, back to honor it, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain, O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
Well, the countdown begins. We are just 2 game weeks away from crowning a champion here at the Pro Leagues and finding out the top 8 to make the Elite League. You're welcome once again to the National Esoccer Pro League. This is week 6, day 2. It's been a marvelous couple of days already as we head into the business end of things. My name is Sly Moore. Joining me in the broadcast as always, Mandy will be my partner in crime for this one. It's been a joy watching how all of the games have unfolded, how some of the storylines have turned out, but we get to do it all over again here on this penultimate weekend. Mandy, another blockbuster I want to go through. I mean, yesterday we saw how crazy it was, unexpected result, twist and turn everywhere. Some people we expected to kind of climb up the table disappointed, and now it looks like it's 11 people who have a strong claim to the top 8. What do you make of today and how it maybe might pan out?
I mean, looking just at the fixtures we have today, I mean, there was so much argument happening in the background, off stream and off camera earlier in the day between you and I and some of the guys in the arena today about some of the games that have been played. Because now, once you start getting into the business end of any competition, every battle is now bigger than it should have been from the beginning. I'm looking at the fixtures and salivating because this one is going to give us, I think, undying history. We're going to be having a whole lot of conversations from these games, especially the ones we're going to be seeing today. Don't forget also, every single time we have come here on a Sunday, a day 2 of any weekend, we have seen lots and lots of upsets. From game week 1, I believe that's when we started seeing some of the upsets happen, especially on Sunday. There's something in the air when it's a Sunday. I think some of the opponents who I would say less favored just sort of have a sniff of something in the air and then just go all the way out and try to get a result. Today, I don't think it's going to be anything different. We're expecting to see these guys take the games by the scruff of the horn.
Manny did mention a key word, the history. Mind you, this is the first ever National Esoccer Pro League. Last year there was an Elite League, first edition of the Pro League, and it's already going bonkers, and you can tell by the standings on the league. On the table well today. I looked through the fixtures. We won't get the leader playing today, but he will be watching closely wherever he is right now. Following closely will be Tactical with just 15 games played. His resurgence has got him into a top 2 spot with 31 points, and Neve climbing into top 3. I'm not sure that was on a lot of people when we're making predictions before this league started, but he's shown that if you doubt him, he will always punish you. KK kind of disappointing yesterday, unable to pick any points out of the 2 games that he played. He'll be looking to change the narrative today. Mr. Oga following the same suit, disappointing yesterday. Could he change it all today? We'll find out in a couple of minutes. Wivation, I mean, we all know the story about Wivation. He's the man who stayed at the top the longer than anybody else, but he finds himself in that hot top 8 race as we speak on 29 points. So look how congested it is. So already 3 players on 29 points, and of course 7th position. Guru didn't pick up a controller yesterday competitively. He will have to show us today with some big games coming his way on 28 points. Game with Josh. The Giant Slayer. You know what? I'm taking Bright out of the equation a little bit as a Giant Slayer. Right now, I think the king of the Giant Slayers is definitely Game with Josh. And today, you might have some Giants to slay. We'll find out pretty soon. Yemi on 15 games, 26 points. Rhymes after that stellar performance. You know what? Credit to him. The previous week struggled. This week, he showed us why OAS got that man's signature. And Rhymes follows closely with 26 points.
That is how it's looking like on the first half of the table, but the action doesn't stop there because if you go to the second half of the table where you have Dada Boy after 14 games played, 2 behind, I think, the top most played games aside Baji Senior, who's on 17. Dada Boy has 24 points. You're looking at
He has a real chance of
a
climbing,
real chance.
actually.
Just 3 points is what separates him and Game with Josh in 8th from 11. That's to tell you how tight this league is. Don't forget the extra 2 games. While Game with Josh will play his game today, making it 17 games played, Dada Boy will now have an extra 3 games to go to sort of get himself into that zone. He'll be looking at it. So Game with Josh, Guru, Wivation, Mr. Oga, KK have better be looking out. Son of God is following closely, but Son of God has played 16 games and he's on 24 points in 12, and then that's how the list goes. We have I believe Drakaris, we have
Khaled,
a whole lot of
all
the
of these
Khaled
guys, yeah.
who are still struggling, and we have some of the guys who essentially are just praying for pride. The Blaze, the Flick, the Baji Senior, and Simply Uzo. I think for me, Baluke also, these are the 5 players who are right now mathematically are out of the equation.
Yeah, they had some massive fixtures on your screens right now. We've seen how that first round will look like. Into the second round, that big one coming game with Josh. I told you, you might have some giants to slay in that big game against Yemi. And Nif needs the points, and he needs them now against Blaze 99. KK, it wasn't easy yesterday, and I'm telling you, it's not going to get any easier today. He'll take on Dada Boy, who so desperately needs the points in round 2. We'll finish off with Flick taking on Simply Uzo.
That will be the first round of action, but then it is not all, because we have tough games all around today. That one, I think we're going to be having 6 games on the broadcast, but to follow that one closely will be Drakaris versus Son of God, Tactical versus Dada Boy. 2 hot games, 2 huge games. Drakaris and Khaled will also make battle, while Rhymes and Mr. Oga will face off against each other. I can tell you the second round of action is mouth-watering. You cannot afford to miss any of the action in there.
Big games everywhere, like we expect in the National Esoccer Pro League. If you just joined us for the very first time, this is the Pro Leagues that features the best of the best Nigeria has got to offer. And on to our curtain raiser for today. Bright, one of the OG Giant Slayers, will be taking on a man who still has hopes in Khaled. We spoke to him yesterday on the broadcast. He's still optimistic of finding a way into that top 8. He's played 6. He's played about 9 games. He's been able to record 6 strong wins, and that could be very important for him going forward. He's 13th position in the league, and he's got a strong chance of winning the win probability. As of now, Khaled has a very slim chance of making that top 8, but we can't rule him out yet. It is a chance, but it's very slim. If he wins all of his remaining games, he might cause a lot of problems for the guys in the top 8.
A huge if, because already I'm looking at the game on the broadcast. I'm looking at the way it's set up, and I think he would really struggle to get a win here. And that's why I personally disagree with the win probability here. Because for me, the thing is, you look at how Bright has been playing lately. Yes, by some of the subpar performances last week, the way Bright has set up his team is if you're an attacking side, you give him a lot of room to work with. If you're set defense,
and we all know Khaled is an attacking.
He's an attacking. He literally bends the defense for attack. So the question now would be, can he outscore Bright? I don't know. Me personally, I think we might see Bright running away with this one.
So I think one thing that you've made clear is there will be a lot of goal mouth action.
Absolutely.
We will see a lot of goals.
End to end, possibly no midfield.
Well, we do guarantee you guys goals. How the squads have been drafted, you know there's a lot of goals in this team. If you see the likes of Sophia Wilson up top, you know that we've got a lot of goals in this team. The National Esoccer Pro League, of course, mainly brought to you by KD Sports, part of the team that's making this happen. Our production crew, Game Evolution as well, they do make everything click here inside Lagos, Nigeria, as we bring this broadcast to you. Game Pride IO, we salute them as well. We are getting the backing of the Esports Federation of Nigeria. Couldn't do this without them. Of course, our media partners as well, Esports Africa News. We appreciate every one of you's effort. If you're currently watching on YouTube, you can consider subscribing to the channel as well. Be a part of this massive family. Kindly follow across all social media platforms at KD Sports to be kept in the loop with everything that's happening, and everybody ready and poised to go. I mean, both of the players. Look, I think it's very clear to everybody that Khaled needs this win more than Bright does.
Yeah.
But the thing about Bright is
he loves to spoil it.
And he will love to spoil it as we open our broadcast here today. All important game for Khaled with a slim chance of making the top 8. He needs to win every single game, and not just win, but win convincingly, because goals are going to count as we begin this one. I believe Khaled in the black to start us off here with. Welcome to the broadcast if you just joined. This is a week 6 day 2 action, first game on the broadcast, and we are hoping that it can produce money. I know you've already said that you feel like Bright might have the edge over Khaled in this one, but don't you feel like the extra edge and the motivation for Khaled might help him sail through?
I mean, yes, that one is also one of the things that you're looking at. Okay, sometimes where the players need to step up, and kudos to Khaled, he has really stepped up in the past few weeks. The question
Yesterday he got 6 points.
6 points out of
it.
6, but the
Out of
question
six,
now on your mind when you see the performance he's had yesterday, beating KK. Where has this Khaled been a whole, throughout the league phase? Ultimately, I think Bright's going to get this win, but it's going to be a hard-fought one. If you ask me to predict, even though we don't have this one on the prediction channel right away, I would expect that Bright to be taking this one at a 6-5 win. But let's see how that one ends up for him. But that was the first shot. One shot maybe for Khaled against Bright, telling Bright, listen, it doesn't really matter what anybody's saying. What matters at the end of the day is what me and you are able to do on the virtual pitch after 90 in-game minutes. My goodness, what a move that one is. Woo! Nasty L1 dribble there.
I respect this one to start us off with. The close control dribbling from Pina, heavily underrated in the box. These days, we're kind of used to seeing a lot of transition goals. So tight spaces, dribbling and all of that. When people do pull it off, you know what? I give my respect to them. That was a lovely finish. And credit to Khaled on this one. Immediately he finds Pina's feet. He knows he's in a tight space. And oh my goodness. Put him in a blender right there. Credit to Khaled. He opens the scoring on the broadcast. I mean, he needed to start this one strongly. And that's an indication of what he means to do in this game, as we see Bright trying to get a quick reply on that one but loses possession.
That L1 dribble there, it's insane. The ability to do that one, the way he did it very, very quickly trying to see if he can make me eat my words. Khaled gets himself the second goal. Wow.
Well, that's a quick fire double from Khaled. That's how you make your statement everywhere. And if he's able to win this game convincingly, I think everybody else in our top 8 might be biting their nails and thinking, you know what, we thought it was like a 10-man horse race. Well, I'm the 11th man, and the 11th man's name is Khaled. He's bearing all the chances coming his way, and he started. You can see that massive sigh of relief. When you're going to like these nervy games like this, you want those first couple of goals to settle you down, and you can clearly tell that's what's happening in the first 30 minutes. Strong start from Khaled.
Yeah, absolutely strong start, and I love the fact that he's taking all of the chances that's come to him as quickly as they can. That is all you have to do. You know, we do talk about this a lot on the broadcast. Don't think about any other thing happening elsewhere. Focus on your controllables. As soon as you have your controllables unlocked, that, my goodness, the passing here by Khaled is incredible. In and around that 18-yard box, he is insanely locating his players at a very, very fast-paced rate.
It's causing Bright a couple of problems, because now when the passes become quicker, you kind of panic at times if you've not got the composure to switch quickly. So you might be switching to even defenders that are not close to where the danger is, and it might cause you a couple of problems. And to be honest with you, Khaled is making it ever so difficult for Bright, as we do see Bright cue a pause. It tells you things are not going well in that camp for Bright, as he's looking to maybe change a couple of things this early, or maybe get one goal back to rattle the feathers off Khaled early on here. That's another excellent defensive tackle. I like how Khaled is not slowing down at all. There's no immediately he wins the ball back, he wants to play at the back and cool things out. No. He knows how important this game is, and he's going for the jugular, but that might be difficult to do in these stages of the game. Bright could have punished him right there. And fortunately for Khaled, unable to finish that chance.
Decides to go for the low GV finesse. Any attempt at that near post finish would have definitely giving him a whole lot more to cheer about. And talking about that switch and how important it is this time around, it would be Bright who would be punished there for not switching properly. Kudos to Bright first of all for trying to figure out what Khaled was going to do with the drag back. But as soon as Khaled saw that Bright had figured him out, the ability of Khaled to change everything happening immediately, I think it tells you a little bit about that player himself. As you can see, Bright quickly go into the game settings and try and make changes to his game. The next goal is going to be important. We've seen this happen a whole lot of time on the broadcast. For Khaled, ensure that you are scoring the next goal to make it 4. That probably would settle the matter early on. Because if you let Bright get 1, get 2, we saw that happen yesterday with Anif also. So you don't want to allow your opponents any sniff of a chance from these positions. At least take this lead to halftime if you want to win something or get huge points.
I mean, it's going to be tough because there's still a very long way to go before halftime. It's just 23 minutes in. Khaled has come right out of the gates. I mean, I was expecting to start strong, but this one has certainly really shocked me. Putting laying down the marker very early on a statement of intent from Khaled. I saw immediately Bright going to the game settings, right? Then I'm quite curious. I saw him using player relative. When I do use player relative for my switching, Omani, I've seen a couple of people use ball relative.
Listen,
And I know how tricky it can be sometimes. What do you use and what do you think is the best one when you're playing this game?
I mean, for someone like me who struggles a lot with switching, I have tried ball relative.
Yeah.
They are not related. I probably should. They are not related. Player relative sort of is the best. I mean, you know how a whole lot of the other pros also. That's one of their favorite settings. You do see that every single time I see a pro have showing us a little bit of their setting, it's always player relative.
And I think in the previous sets of FC, where there was no player lock, where there was no creative ranks, I think ball relative would have sufficed. And I saw a couple of people did use ball relative because, you know, the perspective with these types of things, Khaled could have had 4 right there. There's a pass coming a bit too early later for offside. But back to that ball relative conversation. Now, in previous FCs where you're controlling most of the things that is right in front of you, my goodness, 30 minutes in, this guy wants to run away with it already.
He deserves this one because I have to tell you, the passing from Bright had been terrible. It's not been good at all. Bright has been losing the ball so much from the back. Kudos to the man Khaled. As soon as you have an opportunity, even if it's a gift, even if it's well worked, whatever the case is, you see the goalkeeper, you see the post, take your chance.
I mean, give the ball way too cheaply in that midfield, and we all know how dangerous this is. Always people pay for such giveaways at the back like this, and Khaled, credit to him, like Manny said, he's taking every single chance that comes this way, as I believe Bright getting a goal back quickly after the restart. So yeah, the ball relative thing, yeah, if you're playing in different situations of FC where there was no heavy reliance on player lock and creative runs, you always have to defend the things that's happening in and around the ball. So when you're switching around the ball, it works. But these days, people are controlling things off ball way more than a guy with the ball. So if you're switching because of the ball and where the ball is, you kind of struggle. Then yeah, your whole focus is centered around where the ball is, and sometimes it might cause you problems. And speaking of problems everywhere, Khaled immediately starts conceding. You know, there might be a couple of problems right there. Credit to Bright too. That was a really subtle finish right there.
I mean, that was the conversation I was telling you about earlier on, where he had a similar chance but decided to go for the low driven finesse. Possibly the low driven was enough for him to get that one over the line, and just being able to this time around to anticipate a little bit of Khaled's movement on off the ball there was able to give him that defense. I think the switching from Bright also have been really criminal early on in the game. He has to really fix that one if he wants to get anything out of the game. But 4-2, suddenly now the picture of the game looks different. Earlier on, it looked like Khaled was running away with this one. But in the last 5-10 minutes, now it's all Bright as he would attempt to piece together another attack. Khaled doing very well there in the defense as he tries to switch things around and piece his own attack. That to go against Bright. Here's that Sherling card we've spoken about so many times. This time around loses the ball in that area. Jeviho, we've seen him again. I think we did see him yesterday, but it wasn't for Bright.
Well, I mean,
was it for Bright?
I think it was for
Yemi.
I think it was for Yemi, where he was using the Gervinho item, and I was questioning if he was good enough to be in a couple of teams. That he's also got pretty good play styles. He's still in the SBC, so if you are looking for an audition to see if he's actually good enough, this is the perfect place for you. We'll see how that winger does. I believe on the right wing, he's also one of those guys that is playing on the right, right-footed on the right. And I was asking yesterday Boyd about using the right-footed players on the right with how broken finesse is this year. And for him, he felt like, in his opinion, even though some of those players have the 5-star weak foot where you can finesse with their left foot on there, you will not get it as cleanly as if you're using a Pedro Neto, a Yamal, and Olise, a left-footed player on the right, where it's more natural for them. So I think it's pick your poison sometimes, but if you do want to use a left-footed player on the right, then you've just got to go with the best version. But this Gervinho item, I think, is also really good to kind of be an option on the right-hand side.
I totally agree with you. I'm looking at it in different aspects of the game. Sometimes you get yourself, or you get a player who is in a position whereby it's a loose ball, and you have the opportunity to quickly do something with the ball, and you don't want to have to switch to other legs. I mean, you could do low driven from that stronger left foot with the left footers on the right. You could do the low driven, you could do the direct shots, you could also do the finesse. There's so many options when you have them in that position rather than having a right-footed player in the right position. Doesn't give you so much option.
I'd really love to see the tactics that Khaled is using and the line, how high his line
It
is.
did show that it was 4-4-1-1.
Yeah, but I was speaking about how high his back line is, because I know these days people like to play like 70 depth. I've seen people play kind of 90 depth as well. I'm really glad to see what Khaled is using, because I must say he pushes very high. He pushes very, very high, and that's what kind of starts his press, and that's what made most people, because remember last year in the National Soccer League, Killer Freak was playing like 90 depth, and that's how high his line was. So if that's something that you're willing to commit to, then your press has got to be outstanding. Your press has got to be something different for everybody else to kind of struggle with, and I believe that's what Khaled is using. That's why sometimes maybe there are spaces in the back when there's one pass that can break through everything, but if he gets it right, he's putting a lot of pressure on you.
Yeah, also because he's doing it very, very well with a very solid defensive plan, it is working. If you have a high line and you're poor in your defense, you might struggle a little bit, but if you have a high line and you're doing the defensive duty properly, then I mean, obviously it looks better against the defense as we go back into the second half. Here is Bright now, kick-starting the affairs for us in the second half. That Javinho card we're talking about. Oh, I mean, that's one thing about scoring goals. It just changes the approach of every game, and Bright gets the third one.
Whoa!
Against the one of play, I thought that he had made a mistake there. All of a sudden, that one.
I think how crazy is it? In the last few minutes, it was 4-0, where we thought, okay, blowout maybe approaching. Then all of a sudden, Bright just gets back in the game and scores 3 quick goals. I think this is a testament to maybe Khaled not focusing too much on defense. And we know we sometimes heavily praise how good his offense is, because when it's red hot, it can cut through anything. But I believe if you're playing in a 9-minute half, you have to be able to look at defense sometimes. And it's not a good showing for other players who are about to play Khaled, because then they can put in their minds and say, you know what, let's make this score back. So yeah,
you know, the thing is, when you're up against opponents who have the opportunity to watch you play consistently, you know, you give them a little bit of fodder, especially in this moment like this. Now the players know that, you know what, I just have to wait and hold on for my turn, and as soon as I get an opportunity, just like Bright might get this time, I make it 4-4. That man back in the booth, back in the action. And Khaled now, all that good work done in the first half, undone already.
What is with Bright and all of these dramatic games? I've never seen him in a game where it's comfortable, whether they are beating him comfortably or it's him winning comfortably. It's crazy. There's drama written all over his games, and he's producing another one right in front of our eyes. That is what the National Esoccer Pro League delivers every single time. Khaled, man, he was up by 4-0, and mentally, Bunny, I think it might affect him a little bit. He might be panicking with the momentum all on Bright side now. As he keeps going on this attack, you send runners left to right that time. The lofted pass unable to locate Javinho, but this might affect Khaled a little bit.
I mean, of course, don't forget the pressure is really on him right now. As it stands, he's the one who is currently chasing a whole lot of movements, and this time around, he won't really care about the pressure as he gets himself the 5th goal. You can see a little bit of the shake of head there, asking himself, where did all that good work in the first half go?
Wow, I really do admire that goal a lot, especially the number of bodies that he committed for it. Look at the passing on the left-hand side. He immediately gets to the left. There was one run coming from the blind spot that nobody saw, and I believe Pride didn't see as well. The second run came from a blind spot behind the defender. Definitely you're not marking that, and credit to Khaled, as maybe that one might spare him on. Shelling needs to coach it right back, trying to get that directional nutmeg into the pass, but credit to Bright. And now it feels like a basketball game, proper basketball game.
I mean, I didn't tell you guys to
every
expect
single possession is like a goal is about to happen. You did tell us to kind of expect a goal mouth action, and you didn't get it wrong at all. It's right on the money. Every single attack feels like it's going to end in a goal.
Yep, see, ball play is really taking this one by the scruff of the neck as it currently stands. You don't know how this one is going to be ended, because it could still go back into play for Bright, or we could see Khaled take this one entirely out of play from Bright. He can run away with this one, or you could still see Bright come back and make something happen. 60 minutes. I mean, after 30 minutes in this one, nobody would have thought that this would be where we would be after just 1 hour in-game minutes played. At some points, it did look like an entire blowout. 4-0 we were at some points before that quick reply from Bright, as he does a drag back, gets himself back in the action. 5-5.
It's special the way Bright can turn it up. is special the way he does. Like, I'm somebody who enjoys a lot of cards back because that was how I used to play previous FCs, and I do play this year, even though maybe it's not working for me like it used to. Back then, when you go into like the byline, you don't require a lot of skill moves, but these days, defenders are getting smarter. So if you don't have the skill moves to be able to pull that off, look at that directional nutmeg right there. If he doesn't do that, he's not getting the space to pass.
Absolutely.
So you've got to go for directional nutmeg, ball roll, scoop, or something else to be able to, maybe McGinney spin cancel into that direction to be able to get the pass off. And Bright has it all in his locker. This man, on a good day, can go bound for bound with any attacking player. And when he's got the spaces, I mean,
that one was very tight. Yeah, that's the thing about when you see some of these players consistent. And I think it's a little bit of a privilege to have to watch some of these players consistently over time and be able to figure out a little bit about how the philosophy is set up for these players. Bright loves players that come out to attack. Well, Khaled also takes no prisoners when he's going for those attacks. So the question has always been, for me, who will be able to outscore each other? And as you can see right now, we are still looking for the answer to that question. We are currently poised at 5-5. Bright trying to get himself something out of this one to probably lead for the very first time in this game. If you can get this one over the line, Khaled has a lot of defending to do right now as it stands.
Well, with 20 minutes to go, with how crazy this game has been, I think the one who scores the next goal has got to look at the defense and work on it a little bit. You cannot afford to be going up front once more.
As soon as he turned,
having the next goal, it falls to Khaled, and immediately it turned. You kind of felt like, yeah,
it definitely did feel like this one was definitely going in for that man.
If I'm Khaled and how desperately he needs this win, I think I'd be focusing more towards the defensive end, trying to stop the attacks of Bright. And maybe if you win the ball back, don't rush the attack a little bit, kind of cool it off a bit. I know there's about 15 minutes to go and it's still a long time in 9-minute house.
Absolutely,
but you can't afford for Bright to get one more goal. You have to be able to cool it off. Well, it seems like for Khaled, that is not the message at all. His own is forward ever, backwards never.
My goodness, it's been end to end. But you know what? Looking at how well he's poised currently and how things have shaped up for him in this game, it does make a whole lot of sense why this is his strategy going into this one. Yeah, you did say, okay, I'll talk about game management, but I think there's still so much time to play in this game, and this is probably not the right time. But as soon as we go into the 80th minute mark, we'll probably be expecting a little bit of those game management from the man. That is if he's able to pull it off correctly. Yes, Bites. 6-5. Has never led throughout the beginning of this game.
I mean, Manny, your correct score was 6-5, right?
Yeah.
You did say 6-5 for Bright, actually. So it seems like Manny saw it in a dream, but he didn't see the score lines.
Yeah, he was like in the middle. I saw it from the back.
Yeah, exactly. It was an illusion. With 10 minutes to go, this one as our opener for week 6, day 2, certainly living up to the billing. We predicted that this one was going to have a lot of goals, and we have an 11-goal thriller on our hands. And with 10 minutes to go, you just have an inkling there might be one more.
Goal driven, and it gets you what you need.
This is where we come for the drama. This is where all of the excitement prevails. Look, the low-driven finish, I think it's an art where if you're able to master it, you give yourself a strong chance. Because on that angle, if you play normal shot, the goalkeeper has a chance.
Far reach. Far reach every time.
Like
Carrier just has that far reach.
You can't take that type of chance with the goalkeepers these days. They'll find a way to pluck it out. And credit to Bright, knowing the difference of when to strike with a low-driven finish and knowing where to put it as well. Khaled, I mean, you must be devastated the way he's conceding goals. You've scored four unanswered goals. You have to be able to at least hold the lead. Then you give it up. You're up by 5-4. You give it up once more. You're up by 6-5. You give it up again within 10 minutes. I don't think if Khaled gets even a point, he will be happy. He has to be able to secure maximum points to still give him a chance. I mean, especially where he's coming from.
I think even with 3 points, he might not necessarily be happy with the performances. You can't be 4-0 up at almost 30 minutes plus in the first half and lose the lead that many times. It is not the right approach to the game. I'm sure even if he does get this one over the line, he'll be looking back at this and say, you know what, this is probably a warning shot to me. going forward on how I can best manage my game. As you can see right now, sort of that slow, patient build up as he slowly winds down the time. Definitely, he's not playing for the last attack because there's still so much to play. The comments are going in. I love reading from you guys. Holistic, thank you guys for opening the comments for us today. He says, impressive. Yes, very, very impressive. Even I and Sly in the booth right now. We are so happy with what we are seeing on display by both players. I love that Tom Berber spin. Right, really stretching out this defense. He knows what he's doing. I mean, he did do that against even Wivation, where it did look like he was holding on to the ball. But he had a plan. This time around, it might backfire if it doesn't go well to plan for him.
Well, we're heading to where we like it best, where the next two settle in. That's a great pass. Khaled to get the only Porto goal, and a massive save comes off when he needed the scoring boots on. It vanishes. How cruel this game can be sometimes. With 2 minutes plus added time to go, Khaled had the chance right in front of him and couldn't bury it.
If I could borrow a line from Black Panther, he did froze. He froze there. He froze in that moment. It's not something we have spoken about Khaled in the entirety of his attack throughout today. He has been very, very clinical. But in the moments where we needed him to step up the most, he froze.
I mean, Manny, what better could he have done there? He went for the finesse, which is usually a guarantee.
The thing is, throughout all of the goals he has scored today, all of the 6 goals Khaled has scored today, as soon as he sights the goalkeeper coming off the line, he takes his shot. He makes his decision. This time around, he waited and waited. I think it was caught in mini minds. This was the next goal. That goal would have definitely been a game changer.
It's probably the next of it's been like,
you know
maybe the last
what should I try now?
Yeah.
Okay, should I try the low driven? Should I try the finesse? Should I try the lob through? I mean, you have to believe in yourself in getting the right decisions, and we might just see him get punished. We've seen that happen so many times. EA is that kind of game that punishes you regardless of what happens. It doesn't really care about how many chances you had, as long as you didn't score all your chances. My goodness, what skill was that? He might just still turn around. 6-6, just one shy of my prediction.
Wow, it is a crazy one that has finally come to a close. I mean, for both sides, I think the result is deserving, especially if you look at how Khaled played in the second half. I think he didn't really take to the fore, especially in the early stages of the second half. In the first 15 minutes, it was all right. And I think for that performance alone, he deserves to take away something from this game.
Yeah, especially for Bryce. I think it's over. Maybe the race is over, because the conversation was always if Khaled was to go on an unbeaten streak, then maybe everybody is in trouble. He's not totally out of it yet, depending on what happens everywhere around him. But like we do say, the controllables, the ones that was in his hands, this was literally his destiny in his hands. 4-0 at 36 or so minutes in, and he bottles all of that one. It's a 6-6 draw. Fortunately for him, he didn't get to lose and everything at all. He still has the points to go home from this one. But the points versus the 3 huge points, I'm not sure he'll be entirely happy with this one.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation now for Khaled, where you're in a commanding position, then you give it up. That's the drama that comes to the National Esoccer Pro League, and we all know how sometimes this one ends. That is just round 1 of the plethora of action that we've got for you today. 5 more rounds to go with some big games to look forward to. We'll be right back after this break.
to a new reality.
Oh, good God! For nature to think about, is it too far for him to think about? Man, Mbappe. That first round of action, it's just clearly giving us a glimpse of what we are supposed to expect today. Khaled 4-0 up. I'm sure he's devastated after giving it up. He walks away with a point though, maybe not deserving of his actions, but I mean, credit to Bright. He didn't give up even after going 4 goals down. And you can tell that there's a lot more to go. And the next game up on stream is a big one. You can tell it's already going crazy in the chat. Money gave us a little bit of a preview as to what we are supposed to expect.
Okay, so KK is up against Guru. Any other day, this is a big game, but today, this is an even bigger game. KK, for the very first time, has seen back-to-back losses. One to Khaled, and I think earlier...
Before yesterday, he had just had 1 loss.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now he has 3.
He has 3 losses. And that puts his number 1 spot in jeopardy. You know, he was fighting for the top positions, already is in jeopardy. And also, you're looking at it, if he loses this game to Guru, it puts his making it to the elite division also in jeopardy.
Yeah, exactly.
Because now he's back, he will let some of the other players, you know, sort of get past him, and he'll be possibly on 15 games. After 15 games played, he would still be in 31 points. Same thing he was 3 game weeks ago. So
I believe for Guru as well, it's like on 27 points. So if he wins,
he's
that's
on 30 points.
He's just 1 point behind of KK, who currently is in 3rd place. So it's crazy.
Now here's what's interesting to me is I've seen the chat, I've seen the poll on YouTube. I saw it going crazy in favor of Guru, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I was having this chat with them earlier before we even started stream today. I said I believe KK is gonna blow out Guru in this game.
I mean, I heavily disagree on that one. Even if he's going to win, I think it's going to be close.
I don't think
I've got Guru winning though, but if KK is going to win, I think it will be like a 2-goal margin at best. At best, a 2-goal margin. I mean, we can say it all here, but the stats can back us up as well. You see how tight this one is. 8 wins for Guru, 9 for KK. That's how impressive he's been. There's the 2 draws and those 3 losses. 2 of them came yesterday. Guru has also lost 3 times. And look at their position in the league. They are so tight, even with how close things are.
I mean, as you can see, for me, I'm looking at this game. The winning probability is largely in favor of Guru. That's insane. I mean, 2 losses is just enough for you, all of us, to say, you know what, Guru is going to be
Look
going.
how identical the numbers are.
It's not identical.
I mean, he's just 1 win off KK.
And 2 draws off.
Yeah, so it's still very close. And the win probability is quite close as well.
It's not close.
It's
It is not 41 to 33. This should be in favor of KK. I mean, this man has shown us consistently across 6 game weeks what he can do. Well, maybe not 6 game, 5 game weeks what he could do, because in the 6th game week he did a little bit falter and stumble. But I mean, I think for champions, the conversation is not about can they falter and stumble, it's can they rise, can they go back to who they were before faltering. And I think this is the best opportunity for that man KK to get a response to that.
Oh, certainly we get to see how KK lines up for this game. It's quite similar to yesterday. Did it switch things up even though things didn't go his way? I mean, tries to maintain what works for him, and it seems like he'll be rocking with this team. He's going for an icon-heavy team. That's about 6 icons I can count, possibly even 7. I mean, there's 3 in the midfield, 1 on the wing. That's 4. Smith, 5. Chiellini, that's 7 plus Oliver Kahn also in the post. So I mean, it's crazy the type of team that KK has assembled. Mind you, they're using a 10 million coin budget, and I believe CC's not that expensive. Sega maybe not too crazily expensive as well, so they can all fit within that budget. And look, Guru's draft is also very similar to KK because they're both using the 2 center backs in Chiellini and Van der Ven, and also the same left back in Patrick Dogu. These days, it seems like everybody's working with Patrick Dogu at the left back side, so it seems like maybe he is the pick that everybody's concerned with these days. Very, very interesting team that Guru has got, and it's also using the same striker in Smith. Yesterday we're begging the question about who the best striker in the game is, and it's quite shifted from Abim Pina earlier on in when the league did start to us seeing a lot of Wilson. We had still seen a lot of Wilson, but it seems like Smith is also a really viable option, and we get a shot of the players settling and getting ready, and you can tell a lot is at stake for this game as you see a little bit of nerves on these guys' faces.
Yeah, talking about that. But for me, I think the biggest question is looking at KK's choice of Oliver Kahn over Vicario. I can't get that out of my head. I mean, with the heroics we have seen from Vicario throughout this competition, you have Vicario on the bench, and you're going for the Oliver Kahn. I mean, what do you think is the whole concept?
I mean, Oliver Kahn is a bad choice as well. We've seen him pull off massive saves, but we'll see if the choice does pay off. We've got liftoff in this game, a big one, as we previewed for you both. I mean, the 2 players cannot afford to lose any points in this game, so you know everybody's coming in with their A game. KK is coming off the back of 2 straight losses yesterday. Guru is coming off the back of a horrid week last week. And they both make amends for it. We'll find off in these 90 in-game minutes that we've got for you here on the broadcast. There's Guru looking to start strong. First chance with Yamal, saved by Oliver Kahn, who we're speaking of.
Well, let's see if that one will pay out across the entirety of this game. Guru, as always, trying to kickstart the game with an early goal. That one, he's obsessed with those early goals. He has sort of mastered that kick-off goals. But KK, another man who knows how to get into the box early, dominates possession, and do the right things as early as he can, going now for the juggler, trying to see if he can get himself into the positions as early as possible.
One massive aspect of the game that Guru really impressed with, and I believe week 2 and week 3, was how he defended against the top guys. But it kind of fell off during week 4 and week 5. We saw him kind of falter, especially in the last couple of minutes where he couldn't defend those last minute situations. And KK with a very difficult angle to shoot with Selling. That's a way to boast the net. That's an impressive goal right there.
That is Selling. An absolute bargain.
I mean, these days, money. How do you defend that? Even with tight angles like that, players are able to score.
I mean, I don't think KK was definitely looking at that one and knowing for a surety that was going in. It was just one of those ones where you have used the player so much that you have that understanding that if she tries it, it could just get squeezed in. And this time around,
I don't think the goalkeeper did the best there. I think it was safe. It was in that region of maybe could possibly be saved in that possession, but KK won't care at all. The Lumo Habs man will start off strongly in this game with the opening goal. I mean, very impressive start for him, and now it seems like the pressure gets into Guru early on as he keeps giving the ball away, and KK might have a chance to capitalize on that one. Look, Guru tends to always start games strongly. We've seen games where when he doesn't start strongly, it kind of goes away.
Oh, that is so good. That is so good. Switch off one moment. Guru takes advantage. It is 1-1. We have just started this one.
Exactly. It is poised for something interesting, and you could see the run immediately from Sega. Guru notices that one, kind of uses it at the bait, and a really great pass from Pedri to find Smith in the middle, and from that position he's not missing at all. I mean, it's end right now. Immediately we blink, there's an attack going on. So it feels like the Khaled versus Bright game. Carbon copy of that one early on.
I mean, I sort of expected this because both players are very disciplined defensively, but very effective going forward. And that's one thing I think is probably the difference between the game we saw versus Bright and this particular one. Both players very efficient on the defense, very effective on the offense also. So you do expect to have a whole lot of attacking runs and attacking movements in and around the box, but also you're going to be expecting a whole lot of defensive work from both players. They are that good and they can pull that one off definitely.
Well, this game will take a lot of creativity, because on the other day both of them can be very resolute defensively, and we've seen a little bit of the creativity early on. Could we see another one? That is creativity at its best for me.
That is insane.
Very good goal.
Be on the goalkeeper while he was just standing there on the near post.
It will take more goals like this to be able to beat both of the defenses, because
exactly
that pass into Sisi immediately got it. I thought, okay, maybe he's about to turn and find another angle.
But that's the thing. If he turned, definitely Guru would have sorted that one out as soon as that ball turned, and that's one thing he possibly also had at the back of his mind going into that action. Wow. KK now. I told you guys, this guy is really good with his defending. Really good. Looking for a very balanced game. I think there are 4 people I'm going to recommend. I'm going to recommend a King Ronx for you. I'm going to recommend a KK. I'm going to recommend a Guru. And possibly, with what I've seen so far, I'm going to recommend a tactical. These are the guys who play the most balanced game. Attack and defense right the way it ought to be played. Tactical, of course, from game week 2, maybe not the game week 1 we did see, that was not the best of tactical, but from game week 2, game week 3, has been an amazing man. Especially Guru from game week 2, that's the man you need to watch. KK from game week 1 down to game week 5.
Yeah, I think they've all been really impressive. And look, defending in this game, if you've played this game at any capacity, you know how tough it is to defend. So if we are giving some people praise on defense, you know that they are doing an amazing job. And the thing is, they're not playing against slouches. They're playing against some of the very best here in Nigeria. So it's not easy at all to hold it down defensively. It is quite difficult playing against these types of creative players. Look how quickly KK swarms the offense right there. Quick passing comes in to lead by 2. Well,
3-1.
It is the sort of offense that pays dividends. A quick 2-ball right there, and Guru finds himself in trouble. Lumo Habs KK yesterday went through a lot of trouble. Today, he's righting all of the wrongs from yesterday. It's an impressive finish right there.
Quickly, let me just take you guys back to the game we just witnessed between Bright and Khaled, where Khaled had a similar opportunity, and I did think about Khaled being caught in 2 minds. You see the difference between this one now. As soon as the goalkeeper got off his line, KK made up his mind. I'm definitely going to go for the finesse as he tries to cut back this time around, and he just hits the defender in the right spaces. Here's Guru going, breaking through that line. He has Smith in such a wonderful position, but she has been effectively forced out a little bit, and I think that might just slow down the attack, and for KK, that will possibly be the best thing to happen to him in that moment.
Oh, surely. I mean, it more or less feels like a chess game, especially when it is against a set defense. Usually if it's in transition, literally unable to do that.
That was offside.
Wow, Smith with the strength to hold off Kielini, and 13 minutes in, it's 4-1 in favor of KK. Money. Do we need to revisit Abuja versus Lagos again? Do we need to revisit the conversation?
To be fair, this is not
Abuja versus Lagos. This is a 2 different entire states.
Actually, there isn't enough variables to sort of post Abuja versus Akwa Ibom in the conversation. But I think off the record of this, I think it was a little bit unfair to KK based off the way he had played. Those 2. I mean, there's still a whole lot to happen here today. So I'm not entirely taking Guru out of this conversation. But based on what we are seeing right now, yes, we did see also this is a similar scoreline from when Khaled bottled all of that lead earlier in the game against Bryce. But I'm just talking about based on where we are currently in this game. I think it was a bit unfair for us to look at what KK has done, and just because of 2 losses, my goodness, that finesse into the top corner from that left foot is absolute banger. Banging on that door, Guru refusing to go without a fight. That's what I love from that Abuja man.
Exactly, and I mean he had to scrap for it because he got a lucky bounce back into his favor, getting Pedri into that angle. I think KK kind of committed too much because we know Pedri's a naturally right-footed player, but I mean that winter wild card Pedri, I believe he's got like 4-star, 5-star weak foot in that position. He will always punish you. Now this begs the question: the kind of response that we needed from KK we've seen. Not yet too much from Guru because he didn't have a great week last week. He needs another big response to be able to still be in the mix. But credit to KK all the way. I think he's played some very good SC once more. Extra pass into the extra finish.
That conversation about having the left-footed wingers on the right just coming into play there. As you can see, immediately that ball went into a Lami Yamal. He didn't have to reshape his body. He went for that finesse immediately with that left foot, and the job was done. The defense of the man that did concede 10 or so to a streamer, I don't know about that. I mean,
I think you're referring to KK versus Khaled.
Listen, players do have their off days. That's what happens. As Guru, that one definitely should have been going in for him. It should have also changed the way we are approaching the end of that first half. Now Guru has a lot to do from that corner kick. We visit the comments by Wivation. As soon as this one does cool off a little bit, oh my goodness, already it does look like we're going straight from defense to attack. KK down, holding on, but the defense is quickly setting up. Now can they do the job that Guru needs them to do by ensuring that there's no much goal-mouth action from KK anymore?
It's really impressive how KK is defending into the attacks. As this one, he won't be able to stop it. Guru finding his way in. I mean, Manny, we did promise a lot of goals, and 8 goals in the first hour. I don't think it's a bad showing at all.
Absolutely not. This is exactly where both players would have wanted to be today in terms of the goal scoring. It would be problematic if you're not scoring these goals. That would have been the first problem. Looking at that man, the Luton Hobbs man, right now he has the lead. The goal will possibly be to take this one to halftime. If he can't get another goal, it will be crazy, it will be good. But he cannot afford to blow up any more of his 2-goal lead as it stands right now until the end of the first half. We just heard the whistle from. Going back to the comment by Wivation. Players who have off games. It was clear for everyone to see that yesterday was an off game for KK. That takes nothing away from the job done by Khaled. Because it's one thing for a player to have an off day. It's one thing for you to be able to step up when he has an off day and be able to take points off him. And you could just see it was not that day for him. But looking at the bigger picture, the entirety of this, the Challengers Cup winner
across the 6 weeks.
Across the 6 weeks, he's the one who he just knows how to do the job effectively. I mean, I don't think there's been any of the players here so far so good that has considered maybe less than 2 goals in the entirety of the game. That's not the concept and vision of EFC for this 26th iteration. It's always been about, let's see how much you can outscore your opponents. And these guys know how to do it best.
Well, exactly. I think Manny broke it down perfectly. All of the players, maybe bar Ronx, have had off days. Ronx, even on his off days, he gets a draw.
I mean, just one loss so far.
Yeah,
so good.
like
in the 6th.
He's been incredible. Guru, this one he needs to find a way for it to go in. Gets the pass. Bellingham, can he get the shot away? Massive props to Khaled. Look, I'm part of the Khaled bandwagon now. This guy's quick at the back. Do you see the recovery right there to get into space? That was massive from KK right there. But you can tell with the aggression that Guru has started this second half that, I mean, it's going to be an entertaining one in the first couple of minutes.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to approach this one for Guru. You're already losing, so why not come out of the second half with aggressiveness, throwing everything you have at the kitchen sink at your man, as you will see. Oh my goodness, reverse elastico. We don't see that skill, and this time it goes in. We don't see that skill so often. This time around, it went all the way in. Left-footed finesse, very, very wicked. But that reverse elastico, that did all of the job for the man KK.
That was special. That was tricky defending from Guru. Because I know in that moment you don't want to commit too much and go into a stand tackle, but the way the elastico got in, it's unpredictable at times. And massive love to KK, man. That was a very good goal.
I think this is one of those moments where overthinking a move by a player sort of backfires because you could see what Guru was expecting was for KK to sort of turn back and not immediately commit into the space. Guru possibly read that one also, and that was what made him commit to that a reverse elastico, which gave them that immediate, I would say, space to get that left-footed, wicked finesse beyond the goalkeeper's reach.
Rolumo has KK. I mean, if you did get a glimpse of the Challengers Cup and how he operated, I mean, comeback after comeback, you can't question this man's mentality at all. Even if it was under question yesterday, well, I hope he's erased all of that doubts with how he started today's performance. I think he's been brilliant so far, holding a player like Guru in these first 55 minutes to limited attacks and you being clinical on the offense, being creative as well. I think it deserves all of the applause. But there's a reason why this man is Challengers Cup champion coming in, and I think he deserves all the flowers that he can get. Lumo House KK for you people. He's been brilliant. I mean, Guru on the other hand, I don't think he's played too badly. When you come up against some of the very best, you need to take it to another gear. And I think Guru is kind of stuck in first gear. He needs to change it up to the second gear to kind of push this game to the limits.
My goodness, talking about pushing it to the limits, he has an opportunity, he has a chance, possibly overthinking this one right now, and loses out eventually. That's what happens when it isn't going so well for you. You almost start to overthink and over anticipate every single move. He had a lot of chances there to possibly get that chance, and KK doesn't overthink anything, gets a shot off as soon as that one. Smith was able to body that defense. He got that low driven in, and it is 7-3 by KK.
Impressive standout performance right there from KK. This is the very first time we are seeing Guru in a big game like this being battered, and it is indeed one of the more impressive performances we've seen.
But Sly, they called me a madman. I mean, nobody believed this except possibly me. When we saw that win probability go up, and for me it did feel like, I mean, does one or two losses sort of erase all the good work the man has done so far? Credit to Guru for really still staying in the game. I think him not scoring that last goal was the reason why KK right now is scoring up by 3 or 4 goals. If he had scored that goal, it would have been a 6-4. I mean, I think he has enough space to get that one in. But that chance, KK has really dominated. It seems like he's back in his bully mode. He's back in the dogfight mode. The threat of possibly losing that top position to King Ronx maybe have awoken a different type of beast in the man.
Well, exactly. I mean, I think yesterday, going back to the drawing board and seeing how he played, you would definitely not have liked that at all. And I mean, that's an interesting one from Chite. It says anytime we praise Guru's defense, he tends to concede, which is quite maybe commentators drinks coming to play.
I mean, I think talking about the defense, it's for FC26. The idea of a great defense doesn't mean the defense that doesn't concede goals, because it's almost impossible to have a defense in FC26 that doesn't concede goals. But the idea of a great defense is the defense that is able to anticipate moves on time and be able to, for the larger part of a competition, be able to sort of limit chances from players who are well known to create chances. And you have everything for you, and that tells that it is almost, it will most likely be running away with the win if you're able to get some goals scored at the other end of the pitch.
It's insane the way KK has approached this game, and it speaks to the quality on display here in the Pro League division, where maybe some people would have doubted how good these players are, as Guru is able to get one back. Look, I think before the Pro division started, I was in Ghana when the idea was thrown to me, and I said, you know what, this is a great initiative to be able to see different players take to the fore. And I believe I was speaking to some Ghanaian pro players, and they were asking me, does Nigeria really have that depth? And I think what I told them was, you know what, one thing I have to give Nigeria is the fact that we've not seen if they have that depth yet, but coming to see the Pro division, I think Nigeria has got a proper pool of players that you could count on and say, you know what, these guys are very good. Because what this Pro division has shown me, the likes of King Ronx, Yemi, Guru, KK, all of them have what it takes to battle it out at the very top. And I'm kind of proud of what KD Sports has done on netting these types of talent, giving them the platform most importantly. Because if the platform is not there, you're not hearing about KK this much.
Khaled,
you're not hearing about
Khaled,
about Guru.
Dada Boy also.
Exactly.
I've only seen in one competition prior to today, to the moment where we saw him in that Challengers Cup, as KK would look to see if he can sort of cement this lead with that 4-goal lead he had earlier on. But talking about that depth, you're looking at it, and based off what I saw from the Onile Esports tournament, where I did have a conversation with you about that on multiple occasions, where we had over 1,000 gamers from different localities only in Lagos come up and they were able to find just one winner out of them, or the Baloke you see competing in the pro leagues. Maybe not the best of tournaments for him, but you do see a lot of promise from that young man, from being a regular casual gamer to coming to compete at this high level of UT in about 2-3 months. Because the Onile Esports actually started last year, maybe around May, but the tournaments that brought about the Challengers Cup and the Onile finals was in December. So you're looking at that one, you tell yourself, if 1,000 people could compete in the grassroots, casual play, because one of the conditions to participate in the Onile tournament, you must not be known as a pro. You must not be the type of player that is known anywhere. We want people who are like you call casuals or noobs. And then there are other players who are doing so well for themselves. You could call pros that maybe don't have the amount of clout that some of the Onile guys have, but you can see they did not even make it to the pro leagues. Some of them are not in Lagos. They cannot come here due to scheduling issues, whatever the case is. If you're talking about depth, we do have an insane amount of depth. As Guru will seek.
I think that was slightly offside with how that pass went in. I think just slightly offside as we see the frustration on Guru's face. But Mandy, whilst you were breaking down the Onile Sports Championship and how big it was, for the last 5 minutes, Guru didn't touch the ball. I think that is how to hold on to your lead. KK really putting on the way to do the game management. So look, at this point, KK, I think you should create your own website. Game management 101. I'll register. Game management with KK.
Don't go and jinx it for him now.
I don't think he's giving up a 3-goal lead with 10 minutes. It will take something miraculous from Guru. Because even if he scores, the next possession, I think KK is using up about 5 minutes before Guru gets the ball back. It's been an impressive showing from KK right then. I think he deserves all 3 points to go his way. Now, okay, Ronx is looking at this game and being like, okay, if KK is going to do this, then I'm not walking away with the league yet. It's still going to be tough at the very top.
Yeah, I think we are talking about this where we are looking at the possibility that it would most likely look like it would take us the very last day for us to figure out who is actually winning the pro leagues. As you can see, an update in the game between Simply Uzo and Wivation. It does seem like Wivation has gotten himself a go back in after Simply Uzo went up top, and this time around maybe he has been able to take that lead early on. Yes, he has. It's 2-1 for Wivation. The man with that Manchester United jersey, possibly making Sly proud as he has that red jersey. But going back into the action, it's still 7-4. Guru versus KK, the Lumo Hubs man versus the Abuja man. Both players going head for head, band to band, trying to find that all important 3 points. Quick pause, trying to recover their breath, because this has been an entertaining one. And you can see a little bit of that toll it has taken, mental and physical toll it has taken on KK a little bit, trying to get himself out of his own head.
Well, certainly it was not going to be an easy game at all, and I think it's been very impressive. The way he controlled stints in the game. Like I always say, possessions will come where your opponents have control of the game, but KK has shown that he can control majority of the possessions, and I think that's what he did, and Guru just failed to utilize the possessions when they did come his way. I know there are a couple of missed chances here and there, but overall performance, you've just got to tip your hat off to KK and the way he's approached this game. Lumo Habs, you definitely have a gem on your hands, and I hope he can just keep going up and up and up, and I think he's been very, very good to everybody on display right now. 7 goals to 4 is a statement of intent right there, and I think this win right there might just cement KK's spot in the top 8.
I mean, yes, I was expecting that. I think I did mention that as soon as he got that next 3 points to possibly take him to 34 points, it would look like
I think 34 points have to be enough. If 34 points is not enough to make top 8, then I don't know what else is. That's goal number 8 with celebration in the ranks for KK. An important win right there. We mark this down as a big game. KK has certainly made this one a staple and a very important win at that time, defending kind of poor on the end for Guru. But what does this loss mean now for Guru? It takes him into the gulag of fighting for a top 8 spot.
He was 7 points ahead. He was on 7th position rather. I think he had only 1 point ahead of game with Josh. He possibly be looking at this one and say, you know what? I'm going to be looking closely at the game between game with Josh and Yemi to see what happens in that game, as Guru would attempt to see if he can get himself 1 goal back in. The goals do matter a whole lot, especially in these conditions at this level. The goals do matter, and Guru most likely is the one who understands how important it is. He's on 7th position. Yemi and game with Josh are going to be playing later on today. if they play a draw, I think that would be the best option for that man. He would have he would be the one who would sort of benefit the most from both players playing a draw. But we know that the pro leagues don't really care about your emotions and your feelings in such moments.
Well, Guru gets a last-ditch penalty in the works, and probably get a consolation goal to go down with, as this one will end, I believe, 8-5. Just put some respect on this man's name, KK. I think he's been excellent through and through. Yesterday wasn't the best of affairs, lost 2 straight games, and a lot of people started having doubts. But this man coming in as Challengers Cup champion, doing what he does best, bouncing back in the greatest way possible. And speaking of comebacks, he had a lot of that in the Challengers Cup. He's done it right here again, and he will finish this game with 3 solid points, and maybe the most important 3 points across these 6 weeks of the National Esoccer Pro League, which possibly guarantees him a spot at next month's Elite League. Impressive performance from the man of short KK. Another statement of intent, and this is one that we'll have to tip our hats off and say, you know what, he's totally deserved it, and he deserves to be in the Elite League now.
My goodness, going back to that conversation, Guru will be possibly looking at this one and wondering, how did it go wrong for me? From being, I think, back-to-back player of the week to getting to the point where now you're fighting for your life. Don't forget, it is not just Yemi who is breathing down his neck. There's a Dada Boy coming. There is a Rhymes also somewhere there coming. Game we just is looking on how to
right on the brink.
On the brink. Rhymes, Dada Boy also who has a lot of games to play. Maybe Dracarys is a little bit off it as it stands, but my goodness.
Well, we finished with that big game as we set our attention to a secondary game in play. Mind you, Wivation was also in the mix. I believe it was around like 27, 28 points, and him getting a win in this game is going to be pretty important. And speaking of getting wins, he's on the verge of doing that. That's number 6 on the board. Wivation with another impressive finish right there, and for Simply Uzo, it keeps going downhill, but Wivation won't care at all. He's come here to do the business, and I think this win as well for Wivation might also secure a potential top 8 spot, because it was very much needed.
It was very needed. But funny how I'm looking at this game, looking at the second half. We do know Simply Uzo is the man of second halves. I don't think the job is done yet for Wivation. He has to really wake up as soon as possible. Talking about that second half, man, he is already kicking things off. This is Simply Uzo, but Wivation very quickly stopping anything from going in for him.
Wow. I mean, for Wivation though, I think the doubts that has come with his performance are kind of warranted, because in some of the big games where you'd expect him to perform, he kind of didn't have the performances to go his way. But the games that he's supposed to win, I think Wivation is doing enough to win those games. That's what we keep saying about this top 8 race. The games that you're expected to win, where it's heavily in your favor, where you're playing against the bottom dwellers, I call them, you have to be able to pick up points, and I think Wivation has done a great job of doing that. Simply Uzo with another very good finish. You make this one 6-3.
My goodness, 60. I know that man as a second half merchant. He has that opportunity now, especially with that one going in. Wivation has to be very careful. This is probably the second time I'm saying it. I've seen this man sort of turn it up in style in the second half. For him, he has to ensure he gets the next goal and sort of retain that 4-goal lead and ensure he maintains that blowout till the end of the second half.
These days, it's 4 goals even safe.
I mean,
we saw Khaled bright. Khaled give up a 4-goal lead, so we know it is not all that safe in some context. So that's quite interesting to kind of view. But in this game, I think Wivation would believe that the 3 goals might be enough, but there's still a long way to go. Basically, the whole of the second half to go here. Wivation, that's an interesting right there. I mean, more or less an unorthodox strike was kind of. The ball was in the air a little bit, but managed to control it. That's Undav. We don't see too many people use. Let's see if I can see Undav.
I'm not sure I've seen it so far. This is possibly
first time.
Yeah, first time. But kudos to Wivation. It doesn't matter the card. What matters the most is once you have that opportunity, get that ball in. The action still continues. Wivation possibly trying to cool things off a little bit. 7-3 on the clock right now.
it's an impressive display. And I believe this one might be onside as well. I mean, Wivation right now, he's cruising. And I mean, if you look at the odds going into this game, I think they were stacked heavily against Simply Uzo, especially where Wivation was coming from, knowing that he's in the thick of the battle. It's not a game where he can afford to lose, and he's clearly taking it by the scruff of the neck, and he's kind of shown everybody in around that top 8 rows, the likes of Tactical and Nif, because Wivation wins this game, so 29 points, it takes him to 32 points.
Yeah.
It takes him to second place on the leaderboard, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, for today, at the moment, we did have that conversation earlier on, talking about how much it will possibly take you to ensure that you have qualified for the top 8. As it stands, with about 4-3 games left on for Wivation to play today, till the end of the competition, it does look it needs to be bright for him.
Well, Simply was able to get one back. I mean, he's still creeping around along the lines of potentially coming back in this game, which would be an absolute madness if that does happen. But that's another finish coming from Wilson in that game. This one, very, very interestingly poised as we head on to the final few minutes of this. Actually, I'm currently watching National Esoccer Pro League action here, live from Lagos, featuring Nigeria's very best, brought to you by Kid Esports, a partnership with Game Evolution Esports as well, Esports Federation of Nigeria, Game Pride IO, Esports Africa News, everybody behind this massive tournament we brought to you. I mean, for the whole entirety of esports being run in Nigeria, I think a lot of people have knowledge that it's difficult pulling the league type format on, especially when it's not online, especially when it's LAN. It's difficult pulling these types of league formats on, and I think KD Sports being able to do it has shown that it is indeed possible. Doing it across 6 weeks, 7 weeks, it's mad. And the fact that we've gone the whole 6 weeks, almost every single player showing up, I think not only KD Sports deserve their flowers, money, I believe the players also deserve their flowers in some sorts.
Absolutely. We're talking about being able to show up for 7 weeks, regardless of the conditions, regardless of how you feel, regardless of what it is looking like on the leaderboard for you. So not just Kid Esports, the players themselves, Game Evolutions, every single person who has put in a whole lot together. You came in all the way from Ghana. You've been in Nigeria for 6 weeks now. You're going to be in Nigeria for the whole entirety of the 7 weeks, just to ensure that we are covering this beautifully. And listen, I think we're looking at what we're doing here. I'm so happy because I feel like we are part of history. We are part of the building block to what is going to be going on in the future. Because if this is where we have moved on from the barbing shop we used to be in years ago, I mean, imagine what the next 10 years will look like for esports. For
exactly.
me, I'm so happy.
More opportunities to come. Well, the opportunity presented itself to KK, and he grabbed it with both hands. 3 massive points, a statement win, and it gets him into the top 3 race once again. That's how that game ended. There's more coming up right after this break. We'll see you after a word from our sponsors. Really tossed up, and now King Ronx, right from that one, turns around to get himself a lead for the very first time in this game. And he will be feeling so unlucky right now. Very
National esports player representing one of the biggest
At least they should play call out. With how things have started here inside Battery 6 Day 2, you can tell that everybody is set up poised to go. That impressive performance from KK. We'll see if other guys can follow it up. We are into round 3 of the action. We will see Tactical and Dada Boy. I heard they've picked up the controllers. Both guys who need wins. Tactical didn't play yesterday. I'm sure he looked at the games yesterday and said, you know what, I need to keep my foot on the gas. And if he's got to do it, he's got to do it against an impressive player in Dada Boy.
I mean, especially with the way Dada Boy is stepping up the plates lately, I think it sort of makes it even better in terms of the viewing. Because if this was any other day, this was week 3, game week 3, we'll be looking at this as an easy ride for a Tactical who was in red hot from that period. But Dada Boy now has been a brand new man of late. I did see the game he had against Wivation where he ended up in a draw, and I saw him so distressed, so angry with himself, believing that he had done everything he needed to do to get a win, but was sort of like looking at it as a disappointment, not being able to get a win over Wivation. That tells you the mind frame he currently is in, and I think that's definitely where he needs to be.
Well, certainly it's tight at the very top. Dada Boy still has a shot if he can keep winning games. That will be the all-important thing for him right now. You can tell how close they are on the table as well. I mean, Tactical currently in 3rd position after that massive resurgence. That's 10 straight wins for him. He's just got that 1 draw and those 4 losses. Dada Boy with those 2 resurgent wins yesterday also gets on to 7 wins, with the win probability also heavily in favor of Tactical. Quite understandable the way he's been playing the last couple of weeks. This one could be an interesting one. And for Tactical, I mean, people have low-key put him into the title challenge, because right now I see that, okay, for top 8, a lot of people are convinced that he might make top 8, but the title challenge, there's still a lot of doubt. I think if he wins this game, could really give himself a strong chance of potentially getting into that top 8.
I totally agree with you. The beauty of this type of games is, as you say, all that Tactical did was to consistently do his own bits of the job and allow every other person in and around that 18-yard, in and around that 20-man team, just sort of determine where they're going to be on the table. So many people who are above Tactical now with 1 or 2 losses are down below. For him, he just needs to win the next game. Every game he wins sort of takes him closer to the finish line.
Well, certainly we see Tactical's drafting. It constantly changes. He's somebody who I believe wants to let people keep guessing what maybe his next move is, and he's kind of chopped and changed a little bit. He's still using Chiellini and Van der Ven. I believe we saw that yesterday and last week for him as well. That's another player that we've seen. I think Abeli has also been more or less like a trump card, because not a lot of people are using Abeli, to be honest with you. And his striker also remains Smith. The bench is also quite a strong one, and it seems like for Tactical it will be an interesting couple of minutes to go down here, and it is very, very close as we speak. And for Dada Boy, in these types of games where he needs big performances, yesterday we saw how Dada Boy played against Mr. Oga. If you can pull up that type of performance against Tactical, that's a strong one.
Listen, that is a question on everybody's mind right now. What version of Dada Boy are we going to be getting today? Is it the Dada Boy who is looking forward to taking points off any of the guys who they put in front of him, or is the Dada Boy that's going to cower a little bit under pressure? We don't know what we're going to get, but the Outlaw Esports man will be looking forward to making his team proud going forward. You can see that man locked in as it is, trying to see if he can get himself.
He certainly knows how important this game is, and especially where he is on that table. Cannot afford to drop any more points. He needs to start this game strong. One thing that Tactical has got in his locker is even if he doesn't start strong, he always manages to finish extremely well. But it seems like we are ready and setting up to go here inside the National Esoccer Pro League. We've already had 2 games on the broadcast. I believe there's 4 more to go, with this one being a 3rd round of action here at the penultimate weekend of the National Esoccer Pro League. Mind you, next week will be our final week, and it is interesting to see how that final week will go.
Boy, how has time run? 7 weeks, and you're telling me we just have 1 more week after today? I mean, not just 1 more week, 2 more match days. And maybe about April 6th is going to be 14 games to go. Okay.
It's crazy how the time has flown by. And I think what we kept saying from week 1 was the fact that we'll be seeing different versions of the game across every week. We saw versions of the game where people were playing heavy on those through balls. Now, you kind of tweaked it a little bit, because these players are realizing that these through balls are becoming too broken. Now we are seeing a shortage of it a little bit. We saw in week 1 where the corner kick routine was everybody's butter and bread. They switched it up a little bit. Now guys are able to defend it a lot more. Even though people are still pulling it off, I think some of God is still really good with that move. But people are now buying into the idea that, we've got to stop this early, and it's very impressive from where some of these guys are coming.
I agree with you. So I think the question now on everybody's mind is, what are we going to be getting in this game? What tactic, what strategy is going to be the one that will possibly get these guys over the line? This is the business end. This is the final lap. We are definitely in that region, the final lap of the marathon. Once you get to that final lap, every single person wants to ensure that they're in front. They are where the action is heated. They are where the action is packed, because nobody wants to be the one who will be losing out from the marathon. But the interesting thing is, you can only have 8 winners out of a possible 20. 5 do look like they are out of the race as it stands, but the other 15 are still battling for that top 8 spots.
Well, it is going to be a cramped fixture, and we do believe that this one is set and poised to be an extremely close one. Dada Boy still working with the dominant red and the white kit as for Tactical. He'll be in the all-white, kicking from right to left in this game. It's going to be a keenly contested one. But with how Tactical has been playing these days, I wouldn't be surprised if the odds are backing him heavily to win this one. I saw the predictions as well. A lot of people are backing Tactical to pick up the win. Money. I mean, today you've been spot on with all of your predictions. You reckon Tactical also gets another win?
I think this might be a draw, a keenly contested draw. I'm looking at the way both players definitely need something out of this one. It does look like Dada Boy is the one who has so much to lose. For Tactical, he could make do with even 1 point out of this one. That would sort of secure his place. And
but the thing is, if Tactical has got title ambitions, 1 point is not enough.
Yeah,
he's got title ambitions. 1 point is nowhere.
No, we're talking about now comfort over needs. Because now for Tactical, the first need is making sure he gets to the elite division. 1 point is possibly enough, right, as it stands, to sort of cement it for him, especially against an informed man like Dada Boy. Now you're talking about a Dada Boy who desperately needs to get into that top 8 action. For Dada Boy, for Tactical, it really is a case of I want to also somehow be in that conversation for top 4 for the winner of the Pro Leagues. It's a lot of road away from, I mean, a lot of points away from the top guys, but I want to somehow see if we can get into that action as Tactical would seek to quickly turn things around. On screen right now, but we're going back into the action. But this man locked in always. And he does almost show no emotion this time around. Gets himself that first goal. It is enough to open up this game the way we want it nicely.
Exactly, it's precise, no thinking too much about it. Exactly what you expect from Tactical, especially with the way he's been playing the last couple of days. He's been impressive, but he opens up too much and surgically done by Dada Boy. Very impressive. There was a striker that Dada Boy was using yesterday that caught everybody by surprise. Prince item. His low-driven is definitely one of the very best in the game. He's got the low-driven play style plus, and we see him use it to good effect once more. I think this defending from Tactical was clearly not the best. He dragged Van der Ven way out of
position, yeah,
and that's what caused the danger right there. And it seems like Dada Boy is willing to take full advantage of the momentum going his way.
For me, that's across the pro leagues. When you're in a position where you're chasing something, you must take risks. You must be able to go for glory. Going for glory. It doesn't look like this one is offside, but that's a warning shot from both players. I mean, the way they have set up to play today, you could tell that we're going to be getting a whole lot of goals today also from both players. It's going to be end to end, and I don't think we're going to be seeing maybe a blowout in this one.
These days, when you're setting up your team, especially without transition heavy, this game is. You're looking at midfielders who have above like 85 pace. When you're using midfielders that are not quick, you're in a lot of trouble because they have to cover a lot of ground when they're on the counters, when it's in transition. So I don't question too much of the use of Valverde by Tactical, right? I think he will cover you ground. The fact that he's so quick, he can go from defense into offense really quickly, and he has a lot of help if you can get a midfielder that is like above 90 pace. And I know Valverde's card would definitely be helpful to him in such situations. So I'm looking out to see how that winter wildcard version of Valverde does in this setup.
Yep, that is what we are all looking forward to. The action is still getting heated up. Let us know in the comment section who you think is going to be winning at the whole time. I don't think we've spoken about that one throughout the entirety of the pro leagues. At this point in time, guys, who do you think is the one who is ultimately going to be winning this one? Is it Ronx, who is definitely in that one? Is it KK, who has made a statement win for himself over Guru? Or would there be a Tactical in the run? At some point it was Mr. Oga, but how time has changed so quickly.
But certainly the time has indeed changed very quickly, because in previous weeks it looked like Mr. Oga was in that title running himself, but that is the beauty of the National Soccer Pro League. You blink and so many things have changed. If you've been able to follow right from week one, you know how quickly things have changed on the leaderboard, and I don't think it's going to be different heading into the final weekend as well. Like Mandy said, it will take us the final game day to be able to decide a lot of things, to be able to decide who the final guys will be for the top 8 action, who the main winner of this league will be. Because even though you're seeing Ronx leading the table right now, we might end today with somebody being just 2 points off of him, because KK winning the game today has totally changed the dynamic of that one. Ooh, that's a very good opportunity saved by Oliver Kahn.
I mean, that was a very, very interesting chance there by a Tactical, taking advantage of some lapse in concentration there from Dada Boy early on, as he will look to quickly turn things around for himself, get himself back that lead he so desires. But now that gives Dada Boy the opportunity to turn defense into attack, as Dada Boy goes brace. You know, he's the low driven. This time around, he holds on too long. I mean, every other time, as soon as he gets that ball with Prince, is a low driven, and he gets that ball done over the line. But I wasted a little bit of time, and now he has to do it all over again from the corner routine. Interesting choice he decides to go for, as he will try to wiggle his way in and around the area. It wouldn't count as a penalty. I'm sure he was holding on some sort of hope that one would have been counted as a penalty. That boy really making throwing a whole lot at this man, Tactical, trying to see how he can get something of him.
Well, certainly, I like the approach from Dada Boy in this game. I think he's been very aggressive, taking the spaces and really utilizing it well, although unfortunately for him on that possession was unable to use it. But he's kind of sent the signal to Tactical, where he's not going to lay down and make this one a one-sided affair where it's Tactical dominating possession and creating more of the important chances. Tactical will really have to dig deep and see if he can find a way of breaking the stubborn defense of Dada. And it's the trademark low driven yet again. Immediately the ball lands into Prince's foot. You kind of know what is coming, but I mean, you might know what is coming, but defending
can't stop it.
It's a different ball game altogether.
I mean, that's why I was a little bit confused as to why he hesitated a little bit with that opportunity before this last one, and you could see the replay how quickly that one went in as Prince was able to get Dada Boy the lead for the very first time in this action. On that place, there's absolutely no way the goalkeeper has anything to do but to watch that one sail beyond him.
Well. I mean, Outlaws Esports have shown time and time again with the improvement of Dada Boy, as we do get a final update, I believe, from that Wivation Simply Uzo game. Wivation picking up all important 3 points, winning 9-6. That's very important for him, as I believe he goes to around 31 points on the leaderboard. That's a massive win for him right there. But guess the spotlight on Outlaws Esports. Look, there are a lot of teams here in the National Soccer Pro League. We've seen OAS Esports, Afro Panda Esports, Outlaws Esports as well, Lumo Hubs as well. But if you look across social media, especially Instagram, where Outlaws Esports kind of do more of their, as another one, and speaking of Outlaws Esports, Dada Boy certainly making them proud. But I was just throwing light on the kind of promotion that they've done on Instagram.
Yeah.
If you look at how every single game week they've created different flyers, different banners for Dada Boy in every single game, updating their fans. That is what probably a model esports club should be doing, and I think they deserve a lot of praise. And right now, Dada Boy is shining the spotlight as deserved on them.
I mean, when you give some of these players that chance, they get to, you definitely know they're going to be getting rewarded with what would be the results as they should be happening. As you can see, poor choice of passing there from Dada Boy. Sees Tactical try to bear down on goal, but ultimately Dada Boy recovers a little bit. That Chiellini and Van der Beek item pairing together to stop that run from Tactical. But this time around, they have nothing to say, as Tactical will get himself the second goal for today, as he has one more still left in the chamber if he's trying to get himself back into the action before halftime.
It's always been that question of Dada Boy holding on to leads. It's been a habit of his too much, where he kind of gives away poorly possession of the ball, and we see through the replay how poorly he gave it away, and Tactical taking full advantage of that. But Dada Boy has got to be careful in games like this, especially when he's banging on the door of that top 8 spot. So knowing how things are going right now and knowing how results are going elsewhere, if a guy like Guru has lost, it should be more incentive for Dada Boy to really take a foothold in this game and try to secure 3 points, because I believe once Dada Boy wins, he's going into that upper echelon of the top 8 that we are speaking of.
Yep, absolute insane stuff we are seeing right now. If Dada Boy gets this one over the line, it would mean so much to his chances of going all the way to the elite divisions.
Dada Boy coming into today had just played 14 games.
Yes.
So this is his 15th game, and he's on 24 points. If he wins this game,
This takes him down to game with just 30.
To 27.
How many goal difference would that be?
That will be, he's currently on -3 goal difference. He hasn't scored a lot of goals.
So that not that he has not scored a lot of goals, but he has conceded way too many.
Yeah.
I think there are about 10 goals conceded.
Yeah, especially from that first game week. It
was not great. For me, that would take him straight to 9th position, depending on what happens in the game between game with Josh and Yemi later in the day. So for Dada Boy, this is looking very juicy as it stands.
Yeah, certainly it looks very good from that point of view, but he needs to find a way to more or less take control of this game, because one realize this, and when you look back on that KK game as well, when you do have that type of control in this game, you give yourself a chance of creating more opportunities, in the sense where now you kind of invite the pressure from your opponent, where he's committing bodies. We saw it from KK when he was up by like 3 goals. Then you send your opponent into panic mode. Now he wants to get a hold of the ball. Now he wants a little bit of possession, and when he rushes for it, you can always pounce on that feature in this game. I think the game is structured around you having more control and you dominating in some types of games. But we know in 9-minute house it's much easier said than done.
Also, don't forget that the man Tactical does know how to get back his resurgence in the second half. He's one of those ones who have mastered the art of coming back from heavy defeats. I don't think there's anybody that's had so much comeback wins as much as Tactical in the entirety of the Pro Leagues. That's one of these things I'll be looking forward to seeing at some point after the Pro Leagues is done. This one might be offside, just a little bit offside. I definitely should have had that one as a one-time true pass.
Hello, to that crowded midfield will find a way with the pass, and great defending from Tactical, by the way. Their awareness when it comes to jockeying is a lost art a little bit, because people take it way too much.
Oh my goodness!
And that almost churned out a very good goal.
This was probably the best gifts EA could possibly give Dada Boy, because that defending there was terrible. You were talking about the art of jockeying properly. There was absolutely no reason why that jockey there by Dada Boy should have been used there. It just sort of dragged the player out of the position where he would be needed most. And that time, Prince with another low driven. That man doesn't really care about anything but those low driven shots. He does know how to get them. I mean, why fix something that is still working?
Exactly. I mean, it's getting tricky. You can't give it away there. And with Prince and the kind of form that he is in, the Dada Boy is going to be shooting from all angles. And you could tell the expression on Tactical's face was certainly not impressed by that.
Absolutely. I mean, back to the action. I think Tactical hasn't been at his best. Dada Boy, kudos to him for taking all of those chances as soon as he got them. Tactical has been in one of those moments where you can see a player struggling to play the ball out of the back under little or no pressure. He's just been choosing the wrong passing lane. We did see that one also again in the game between Khaled and Bright, where for a very long time in the first half, Bright was struggling to get the ball over the line. My goodness, where did that pass come from? Pass came out from nowhere, and
the defender had a step over the attacker. All of a sudden, the pass found its way to the intended target.
I mean, sometimes, yes, you one of the things with the basics of defending is when you have that kind of ball going in, you should clear your lines immediately. I mean, that's one of the things that we learned when coming up as the basics. But you know, with the new style of play, of you trying to turn defense into attack, the transition football sometimes puts you at risk of this type of things as happening. And it's now 4-3. That one had an opportunity to make it 4-4, but the referee calls that one off correctly for an offside.
Well, surely it is one that it's on a nice edge in a way. Tactical, he's not out of the game yet, and that's the type of games that he usually likes, where it is on the balance a little bit, topsy-turvy game. But for Dada Boy, he cannot afford for this game to be like that, because for Tactical, immediately this game switches on his end, he is going to pounce. So we see multiple possessions where you see him being able to kind of question the back line of Dada Boy in multiple instances. We're approaching the last 30 in-game minutes of this one. I'm currently watching National Esoccer Pro League action. It's been 6 weeks of some entertaining SC action, some brilliant FC action, I must say. And these players have certainly given it all they've got. Sissy will find Prince in transition. These are the moments that Dada Boy excels in. And it's right where he needs it to be.
That is 5 for Dada Boy. He will be reminiscing. He will be really loving this one. He'll be looking at this one and telling himself, you know what, this is definitely where I need to be. 5-3, a 2-goal lead, a very healthy 2-goal lead against that man. Now the question is, can he marshal his defense properly to ensure that there is absolutely no reason why he's conceding again?
I mean, look at the build-up right there. I think every single pass he made was the right decision.
Yeah, I mean, we do talk about how switching is so hard in this game. We did see that as soon as Tactical switched to the wrong player at the wrong time, that was the end of it.
And switching becomes extremely difficult in transition, especially in this game, because it comes so quickly, and if you are a millisecond late, you're in trouble. And that kind of is what happened to Tactical on that possession. There goes Dada Boy once more.
Makes it 6, and my goodness, makes it 6.
It feels like carbon copy of most of the goals that we've been seeing. He switches on to the left, and the pass of the sequence coming through to the middle,
extra passes to extra passes to extra pass.
It's the same thing, and you almost feel like Tactical hasn't been doing his homework defensively, because he's just triggering the runs, one pass into one touch, and he always finds a way to get into dangerous positions, and he's making good use of them.
Yeah, I think the minutes where Tactical is getting those switchings wrong is what is killing him. You can see clearly where he's trying to switch to another player and drag to cover space. He sort of switches to the wrong player and takes him off where he could have been useful in applying some sort of pressure on Dada Boy, but Dada Boy wouldn't really care about any of that, as he currently has himself his high eyes set firmly on these 3 points. If he's able to get this one over the line, that is spelling trouble for the entire top 8. I don't think Dada Boy is going to be playing any other person in that bottom maybe top 5, 6, 7, 8 for the next couple games, and that gives him a whole lot of
massive credit to Dada Boy if he's able to pull off this win. That is 2 days where he's beat 2 top 5 players. Because Mr. Oga was lingering in top 5. He beat him convincingly yesterday.
That was 10-5.
Yeah, I think it was like 6-3.
Okay, that was KK.
That was KK versus Khaled. But Dada Boy being able to beat Mr. Oga and now on the verge of beating Tactical as well. I think those are the types of performances that deserve to be highlighted. Those are the types of performances that really signal everybody that, you know what, this guy might be ready to compete in the elite division. I think the Outlaws man is really doing his team proud right here.
I mean, you see some of these performances, you see how he was able to stay in the game even though it's not when it was not going so well for him, and possibly gives you an idea as to what Outlaw team saw when they signed him up. And with these performances, I'm very, very sure that everyone at that team is very, very proud of him and how far he has come in this competition.
I remember after Challengers Cup where he lost in that final to Kiki, I do have a little relationship with the manager from Outlaws Esports. That's Hauser. We see Tactical get one back. It's not all said and done, about 15 minutes ago. But the manager did hit me up and he was asking me about the performance of Dada Boy in the Challengers Cup. And I told him how impressed I was, how impressed you were as well. And me telling him that, you know, he's got to grind Ultimate Team if he is going to be playing the National Soccer Pro League. So just seeing him putting in the work for the last couple of months, the fact that even in the first week things didn't go away, the way he's been able to bounce back, I'm just proud of seeing that moment. I think he deserves all of the congratulations that he's getting, and I just hope that he can still keep this push up. Even if he doesn't make the top 8 and he's still around the mix, I think he's got to be proud of himself. But I mean, you know, the way players are competitive these days, if they miss out on that intended target, they are quite disappointed. But I think this bounce back alone deserves a lot of praise.
Listen, I feel like for Dada Boy, where he currently is right now, if he misses out on the top 8, it would really be an emotional one for him and his team, because he currently right now is in a very good space. That wow, I think that was the wrong idea, wrong pass from Tactical. He had a lot of men in space and decided to go for Sheldon, who was out wide, but who had a lot of attention from Dada Boy. But going back to the Dada Boy conversation, he's played 14 prior to this game. I think most of the players have hit 16 and 15, and now with the 15th game, he is currently knocking on the door in 9th position. He has another extra game in hand. If he's able to get a win, we'll see this man surge through. No matter what happens in the game with George versus Yemi game, we are definitely going to be seeing this man in that top 8 if he wins the game. The question will be who will be going down for him after that game between game with Josh and Yemi. That one is coming up very, very soon. So for me, his destiny right now is in his hands. What he can be able to achieve over the next couple of days is totally up to him.
I see a different use of the player lock these days, and I think I noticed it in FC25. But these days, when the ball is in the air, where maybe you are switching flanks or you are just playing the ball into your striker, people tend to player lock the intended receiver, not the first receiver. Like, you know, when you play it into, let's say, from the Patrick Dogu into the other flank, these days they are not player locking who is to receive the ball. They are player locking who the header wants to get the ball to. And I think it is very, very good because it is more precise, because now, you know, when you player lock and you ask for the pass, it goes to where you want it to be. So I think that's another aspect of the player lock that these days a lot of these players are buying into, as we see Dada Boy just used a different version of it. And we approach the closing stages of this one as a Tactical trying to get back something in this game, but Dada Boy still holds on to possession. That was a risky pass to try in the dying moments of this game. We've seen multiple times players blow leads in these types of games when they give some unnecessary passes.
I mean, you look at it right now, a 6-4 lead. It looks healthy, but it isn't the best of leads we've seen across this competition. We have seen 3-goal leads being blown in 10 minutes. I mean, talk about a 2-goal lead. You have to be very, very careful, Dada Boy, and I think that's where he now needs to go back and work on the game. Game management is very key. 85 minutes in the game, what are you doing?
Kiki versus Guru.
Yeah.
Like from 70th minute to 80th minute, Guru didn't get a touch of the ball.
Absolutely.
And that's what game management is all about. And
proper game management.
You don't game manage in your own box. You've got to game manage around his box, teasing him to think you're going for an attack, and then he opens up the space a little bit. And if you're able to get a goal, fine. If you are not, and he's pressuring you too much, come back, restart it again. And I think right now it is Tactical with possession of that ball, looking to cause some trouble inside. Great pass into Smith. And with these final minutes to go, Dada Boy won't have it easy at all. We said the game management, you've got to be able to do it well, and he kept giving the ball away. Tactical has punished him.
I mean, I think about 3 times he gave the ball away in those nervy 84, 85 minutes mark, and this time around the pressure is definitely paying off from Tactical in that one, as Tactical would see a huge boost in momentum going into the last 2 minutes plus whatever it is we get in extra time of the game. It does look like a little bit of the game has gone, but if anything between the game between Wivation and if he has Totos is that anything can happen. As long as you don't clear your lines off, your opponent do have a chance.
Now we see him try to hold off this last attack from Tactical. Just a minute plus added time to go. And for Dada Boy, he knows how desperately he needs this 3-point. Tactical lurking around the area. It's very dangerous playing at the back like this. But Dada Boy finds a way to break through that defense with +2 of added time. He's still got some game management today. I think he's doing it perfectly right on the corner flank with just a minute to go. He loses all possession. Tactical will have a final chance to give his last hurrah, and there he goes with Olise. It's now all over for him. Great pass into Lavelle. It's an opportunity, and it's a bizarre attempt to goal, which will get Dada Boy a huge sigh of relief and secure all these 3 points. Money and I have found it here in the studio.
Absolutely.
What was that?
I mean, absolutely no reason why any player who has tactical ability should be taking that as a finesse. In that moment, you had a 3 versus 3 going on.
Like there were options.
There's so many options. There was pass into pass, go back again, get that finesse with the right foot or somehow.
I mean, I think that's what pressure and the nerves do to you in those types of moments. But I think we can't even see for Tactical because he's produced really well in these types of last-minute situations. So it's quite surprising that he was unable to capitalize.
I'm massively surprised. I am massively surprised. But whatever the case is, Dada Boy will be very excited with that one. You could see that huge fist pump from him when Tactical decided to go for that bizarre decision. It did ensure that for Dada Boy, he's going home with 3 huge points today. And it just might be the job done.
Exactly. I mean, those 3 points now get him to 27 points, and now all of a sudden, Game with Josh, Yemi, Guru, all of those guys are looking behind.
Guru especially.
Exactly.
Because for Yemi and Game with Josh, with one game in hand to play later today, it could go anyway. It could go. It could be a draw. One person could go away with 3 points. I mean, both players are looking at it at sort of trying to figure out what we could get out of this one. But you're looking at Guru. He's under a lot of pressure now. I think he has played more games than any of them there in that league, or he's on the same level of games with them, and he has lost back-to-back times. Not looking so good for that man all the way from Abuja.
Well, it is indeed a very, very tough one for Guru right there. But for Dada Boy, it's an impressive win from the man from Outlaws Esports. That is one that will propel him into top 8 conversations. It's still not settled, and there's still more to come from us. I believe 3 more rounds to go with that big one. Emi versus Game with Us still to come soon. Here, don't go anywhere. We've got more coming right after this break.
That's a lot of time.
Just keep taking lead. The Ronx account redefines the contact technique. Usually what we saw in the first time we go down back and this is the blocking the back. Now this time it's actually blocking inside, right? Because of the goalkeeper, and not a lot of people are kind of scratching.
Yeah, I think making this back is sort of better
because it can bounce anywhere.
Anywhere you get to set an own goal, a deflection, something is happening. And like you just saw earlier in the first half where we got 2 options, just one.
Exactly, of course, absolute pandemonium at the back where that situation arises. Ronx on the hand, he smells blood, he smells maybe one more goal to give him that security he's been looking for, but you'll not be rushing it at all. Definitely signs of a pretty good player, and there's a reason why he's in the top 5 of the National Esoccer Pro League 2026, and for him to just take the sting out of the game a little bit, gets it away though, and if we have an opportunity to counter, we know how much he loves doing that. He's got options to find. This time we will see just invited too much of the pressure. Get a back!
My goodness.
It's a build to over finish.
My goodness. You can see that sigh of relief, a huge sigh of relief. The first time he didn't allow Ronx go in his head. After he tried to come back again and again. I mean, we did see it.
into the booth. This one is going to be match watering. It's going to be juicy because we have up next Game with Josh versus Yemi. Both players are really close to each other. It is 8 versus 9. All of them battling to go straight into that top 8. Don't worry, I don't have just myself in the booth this time around. I have with me a living legend, Adefola. How are you feeling, man?
I'm doing alright, man. I'm happy to be here, actually.
Listen, we did see Adefola throughout this league, you know, joining us in the live streams, dropping his comments, and to have him in the booth with us to, you know, go through all of the action that is the game, the National Esoccer Pro Leagues with us is nothing short of a blessing. So far, so good. From what you have seen from this game, do you think these guys are that hungry that they can give the guys in the elite division a run for the money?
Yeah, the main fact, like the thing is they're all good players here, but the main fact that they've been in tournament form for like a very long time.
7 weeks,
for
really.
like a couple of weeks before like us now, whereby I mean, of course we've been playing and practicing, but we are not exactly playing and practicing like
in that competitive mode. Yeah,
exactly. So that's why I would say they might give us issues. That's what I'll say.
Interesting. I like the way we are starting this one out. So I'm going to be asking you loads and loads of questions, especially with regards to what we are seeing so far so good in the National Esoccer Pro Leagues. But the guys in that hot seat are getting ready. They're getting set. Game with Josh and Yemi. Every single time we have Game with Josh on the stream against a tough opponent, it's always a banger. I mean, you've gone up against Game with Josh a couple times in competitions. What makes that man so interesting that they call him the Giant Slayer?
Yeah, it's weird because it feels like he plays better when he's playing people that are better than him. I don't know how.
It's like the underdog story that we all love.
I don't know how he just, if he's playing a very good opponent, that's when like he brings his A game.
And looking at the win probability, this is possibly insane. Looking at I mean, from the very get-go, you wouldn't be expecting that this will be a winning probability. 36.99% for Yemi, while everybody has their money on Game with Just at 38.01%. Yes, a slim difference there, but I mean, thinking that Game with Just has it more in the locker than Yemi, what do you think could be like the base reason for that?
To be honest, I really don't think there is a difference really. I think this is a game that you can't really pick a winner. I can't lie.
Wow.
I mean, I think it's a draw.
You know what? Funny how I sort of have the same thoughts, but I think it's going to be about who really starts this one so early. 8 wins for Game with Josh, 7 wins for the man Yemi. They don't look so far apart as we'll be looking at their squad. We have Smith up top for Game with Josh. Selling has not left that left position from the beginning of the Pro Leagues down to this moment. Do you think we are expected to see her also dominate the scenes for the elite division happening sometime?
There's even another version. So that division that people would even prize.
There's another version of this Shelling.
There's a 92 version of Shelling. So that's the one that people will most likely use.
My
because
goodness.
She has like, so what happens is that because of how turbo heavy the game is, the players that are lengthy tend to like run quicker.
Yeah.
But then the guys that are lengthy, the threshold for lengthy is that you have to be like a certain height as a guy, and you have to be a certain height as a lady, right? So the guys that are lengthy are like 6'1", so they are very tall. But given the fact that they are very tall, they won't be able to dribble as much as the guys
who possibly are shorter.
As the ladies are like like 5'6" or so.
Okay.
So given that they are 5'6", they can at least do a lot better with like dribbling on the ball.
Okay, we go straight into the action. Game with Josh in that green kit, all green kit, while Yemi is in his favorite all white kit. We're starting out early on. That chance falls to Yemi, and he takes this one with a pump.
You cannot even defend kickoffs on this game.
I mean, we're talking about kickoffs. The man who's so far so good seems to have enjoyed those kickoffs the most has been Guru. I don't know if you've been following the way he has played. As soon as he starts the game, if he's the one kicking off, in the next 2-3 minutes, he wants to get himself a goal.
I think it's because of this is a chance.
My God, can we just try to quickly get himself back in the game? Bajiji on that ball.
That was another kickoff, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, immediately that one happened. It's like as soon as there's a kickoff from a goal kick or from the second half, opening of the first half, somebody wants to score a quick goal. How do you defend something like that? I mean, you say it's not defendable, but how do you limit the chance of your opponents from those kind of angles?
I guess the idea is just to make sure your opponent works hard to score, because there will be some instances whereby you can't really do anything. Just make sure your opponent does
the hardest of the work.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we have this game. It does look like we have settled into a little bit of end-to-end stuff. Jao Cancelo for Yemi on that right back. This is probably one of the first times we have seen him throughout the Pro Leagues. He did come up this game week 6. That was when the item was released, I think, last week. And now we do see him in some of the games. Now, but for me, the question is now Jevinho on the right wing. I'm seeing him make some of the squads as against an Olise card, a Pedonito card we have seen more often. What do you think is the idea behind that choice?
Well, I personally don't roll with that idea because I rather have an inverted winger. That's like a left-footed player on a left-footed player on the right hand side and a right-footed player on the left.
Yeah.
Just so when you are cutting in,
it's easy for you to finesse.
Exactly, because you are cutting onto their stronger foot.
Absolutely. As Yemi, we have this one in his strong foot, but Vicario.
Best keeper on the game.
Listen,
best keeper on the game.
And Sligo have been talking so much about that goalkeeper with that far reach. You see him again, as soon as that ball goes anywhere close to his hands, he always wants to step up and make something out of it. We did see KK with Oliver Kando. I don't know if do you think there's a reason why KK will have a Vicario, put him on the bench, and allow a Oliver Kando to go into the
To be honest, I guess he probably needed the icon link. But the Vicario will do the job for you regardless. So
Absolutely.
I'll be very honest with you.
Wise words from that man himself, the legend Adefola, the man who is in the elite division, looking on keenly to see what the guys in the Pro Leagues will be bringing on to the elite division in some couple of weeks, as we'll see Game with Josh attempts to get something out of this one. We have a comment from Holistic saying not finishing in the top 8 is even more heartbreaking than not winning the tournament. I wouldn't be surprised if some players end up crying that day. I mean, talking about this, it reminds me of how close it was also for you to see. I think it took the last day for us to have a guaranteed conversation that Adefola was definitely going to be staying 100%. In that elite division. Looking back at it, if you had sort of missed out on that one, I mean, this is a big if. What would you have? How would that have felt for you?
I mean, wouldn't exactly have been ideal because everybody talked about me winning the whole thing before the tournament, and then I didn't really perform well, so it wouldn't exactly have been ideal, but. I mean, I would have just taken it as it is and then tried to, move on from there.
I mean, while we're talking about all of that, Yemi has just been knocking on the door consistently, especially from those corner routines. And Game with just sort of trying to make it tidy. Vicario again. I don't know how many saves he has made for Game with just so far so good, but I'm sure it's above 8 right now. That man really, really doing a whole lot of work to ensure that the scoreline is tidy and Yemi does not have any chance to make this one too early on.
I've noticed Yemi going for a lot of low drivens though.
Yeah, I mean low drivens, but I think there's a quick reaction from Game which just possibly understands what Yemi is trying to do. So every single time you see Yemi tries to pick something like a shot there, there's a quick step from Vicario, just one, and I think sometimes that's just the difference between the goal going in and it not going in.
Yeah, but what I've also noticed is that most of his shots, most of those low driven shots are coming from this Redoué, and he was cutting into the right from his. A chance here.
Wrong pass.
He was cutting into the box with his weaker foot. That is probably why
it isn't going in as it should be. Wow, interesting inside there from the man Adefola as shelling for Yemi. That is a penalty. Absolutely insane. As you can see, the bewilderment also on Game with Josh and his coach as they look in wildness as to what the referee has pointed to as the penalty. Steps up. Goes for the middle. Game with Josh is lost in no man's land. It is 2 for Yemi, and it somehow it does look a little bit unfair that this is what you're conceding from after all of the good work from Vicario and the defending early on in the game.
100%.
How do you deal with this kind of emotional baggage early on in the game where you're doing so well but you're down by 2?
It's 9 minutes half. It's not like this. Even if you're down by 3, goals, so far as the first half, you're chilling. You are 100% chilling. Where you probably have problems is if you are down by 4, maybe by the 68th minute. That is when you have to start panicking.
But you know what's interesting? Today we saw in the game between Khaled and Bright, Khaled was up by 4-0 at 32nd minutes, but by the end of first half it was 4-3 or 4-4.
Can you imagine? That's just. I mean, it's a chance.
Ooh, chance there, but
another thing that kind of helps people that that. Or rather, I mean, not necessarily people here, but the whole game in general. Literally, your opponent can score you with just 3 passes.
Absolutely, we do talk about that one a lot with King Ronx, the way he turns his transition.
Your opponent can score you with literally just 3 passes. So that way, games can change.
As quickly as possible. I think I mentioned that one to Slime more early on. I talked about this one specifically where I've seen again and again King Ronx get into the opponent's box with just 3 long passes, and it's something that he has sort of mastered the art of doing and doing it very well. You look at a guy like King Ronx, you look at a guy like KK, there's a huge possibility that we are seeing them. In fact, a 90% probability that we are seeing that ball was scooped on.
Very good goal.
Yes, not the skill we do see consistently across board from players in the pro leagues, but this time around he used it effectively and buried that chance way beyond Vicario. There was nothing Farage could do in that instance. But going back into
They always say you cannot catch a goal.
I like that one. You cannot catch a goal. As you can see, a quick pause there from Game with Josh and his coach to try and see if they can sort out 1 or 2 things that will probably give him some momentum boost in this game. Going back into my question, King Ronx is a huge possibility that will be making it into the elite division.
No, I think he has already made it into the.
I mean, just to keep it clean mathematically, right? You look at a KK. There's a huge chance we're seeing him in the elite division. Players like Wivation, maybe, even though he's in the danger zone, and if who you know very well is most likely coming back in with those crazy first-time true passes. Some of the odd players are going to be going in, and you look at the elite division. Do you think we're going to be having a tougher elite division this season than possibly last season?
Well, I think it's just because of how the game is. It's just because of how the game is. The game is very, in as much as yes, there's sort of a skill gap. The game is now, because they removed keeper movement, they removed time finishing, and then because of
the Trivelas also.
They removed Trivelas, and then it kind of is easy for you to just trigger runs, play a through pass, because there are some ones you won't even see.
We've seen that one consistently from someone like Anife, who has triggered runs off his players' blind sides, his opponent's blind sides consistently. We've seen that those type of runs from someone like Anife. But I mean, going into the elite division, which will be happening in a couple of weeks, are you looking at this one salivating at the opportunity to go up against some of these players? I'm looking at someone like Anif, who is doing crazy things with that first-time true balls.
Yeah, no, of course, I'm up for the competition, but I understand that it probably won't be easy. And also, just because of what I said earlier, whereby these guys have been in competition form for like a month now, so that they are a lot more primed and ready than us. That like we're still kind of cold. That's why I'll say it might be easy, maybe at first. So it might be hard, rather.
It might be hard for some of the players who did so well in the elite division last season to do that, replicate that form again, correct?
Yeah.
But now there's a conversation going on where I think some of the players, we even had Boyd say off camera that none of the players here from the top 8, whoever it is that makes that top 8, as you can see, Yemi bringing down a goal again this time around. Gimme just does well in defense. Boyd was saying off camera earlier on yesterday that none of the players who would make it into the top 8 here would lace any of the boots of the guys in the elite division currently. Do you agree with that metric?
What do you mean by will not lace any of the boots?
I mean, will not be replacing them.
Okay,
they'll all relegate back to the pro leagues.
They will all relegate back. I really don't know. You're putting me on the spot. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
The thing is, yeah. Ideally, when you talk about because in as much as it is good that you grind up, practice to get your skills better. There is a certain level of talent that you need to have, even if it's a tiny bit. There's a tiny bit of talent that you need to have for you to be at like highest level. Which I think I have. I think Farouk has it as well. I think John has it as well.
John is a killer freak. Yes, for those who don't know.
I think Baji has it as well. And from this league, I would say now this is not me trying to undermine anybody, but I'll say Ronx, Tactical, and KK.
These are the guys who currently are impressive.
I will say like watching them, like they passed the eye test.
Okay,
that's let me just put that they passed the eye test.
Incredible insight there from that man, Fola, in the book with us as we see Yemi so far so good in the beginning of this one. It seems like he has dominated the play. He has done himself a good service. I think Game just was suffering a little bit from that decision from the referee to get that second goal.
I feel like he kind of let that affect his confidence.
I mean, he has his coach in the booth ready. Is it just that I've seen Boyd in the booth, I've seen Mitchell in the booth, I've seen Baji in the booth, but I've not seen you in the booth?
Well, actually, I was supposed to come coach Khaled though.
Oh.
I had an injury.
Oh wow.
I had an injury. That's why I couldn't come. So
Wow. Was this from the very beginning of
yeah,
the
like I
colleagues?
think it was like the first or second week or so. I was supposed to like come and coach him, but
I mean, that would have definitely made an interesting
Yeah.
affair to see Khaled being coached.
yeah,
by-
my guy. Even though he's a fraud.
I mean, but with some of the victories he had, he handed Kiki a crazy loss yesterday.
Yeah.
10-4.
Wow.
Khaled beat Kiki 10-4. And another comment from Shobs says, Ronx KK would take someone out of the previous top 8.
Well, I mean, that's left for us to see. That's left for us to see.
I mean, so far so good. These are just predictions at the moment, and we are looking at, just like you said, the eye test. Do they pass the eye test?
Yeah.
Do they pass those talent eye tests? That when you look at some of these players, you'll be like, you know what, these players have what it takes. And tactical also. When you mentioned tactical, that was interesting for me.
Yeah, I like how he plays.
Oh, you like how he
like
plays? Wow, interesting. Okay. And my
chance.
goodness, that one sails just wide a little bit.
In that instance, if you had someone like Musala or Yamal now,
He would have come back on.
And then if you try to like call back in, it's a guaranteed goal.
My goodness.
Guaranteed goal.
Absolutely. So using the Javinho sometimes while it's good, it does put you in these kind of situations whereby you're forced to have
Yes.
just one thing. I don't have to pronounce his name, but Daniel7188 said, this fellow, why are people rocking him? Adefola, this question is thrown directly to you.
I mean, I don't know. I can lie. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, and we have another one. Big Mayor says, for Lao, they were dragging you yesterday here in chat. What do you have to say about your performance in the coming Elite League? Now, I have to first of all confess, I was one of the people that dragged you. You are my all-time goats, but I was saying, going forward in this Elite, I don't know if you have put in enough, if you have looked at this one as one of those games where you have a point to prove. And when you're not that serious, I struggle to believe that you're going to do so much.
Oh, okay. I mean, to be fair, you are allowed. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Do you get me? I cannot say you are saying this type of thing and then I'll not be angry. You're allowed to say, but let us see how it will go. That's what I'm going to say. Let's just see how it will go, man. Let's just see. The thing is, I'm not exactly someone that is in the business of proving people wrong. Like I could care less. But what me I want to do is just play the game the way I know, and I know that if I play the game to my utmost best, it's a long day.
It's a long day. The Elite Division is coming. It's going to be a long day. The man himself is telling you guys, Adefola, we're going to be seeing him in action, of course, with whoever it is that makes the top 8 conversations from here, as Yemi will be sticking it clean to getting himself into that top 8 conversation, especially if he gets this win over the line. It's still 3-0, 57 minutes in the game. Game with Josh yet to really, really prove himself in this affair. It has not been the best of days for him so far.
Actually.
I mean, he has not even pieced together some of the attacks that would have.
He hasn't really threatened Wally. I saw Sly. I was watching the stream yesterday, and Sly said something. He said you have to impose yourself on your opponent's defense. I don't think Game with Josh has really done
that today. My goodness. But here's the chance. The pass, not really the best of it in that moment.
Same thing. What we've been saying. See, he hasn't really
Done
figured out
the right
the
decisions.
patterns. He hasn't really figured out the patterns that he needs to play to break down Yemi's defense. And Yemi is really comfortable in this game right
Absolutely comfortable. Now I'm going to be putting you a bit on the spot again. This time around, it's not just about you, but it's all about what is going to be happening at the end of game week 7. Who do you think is going to be making the top 8? What is happening currently in the league, the pro leagues right now? With all of the action in and around that top 8 conversation, who do you think ultimately is going to have who do the job? The 8 people, I want to hear from you, the 8 people and maybe the list in which you think they would make it.
Okay, so at the moment we have, I mean, to be fair, I think Ronx, Tactical and KK are guaranteed. I think they are guaranteed.
I mean, Tactical lost his last game.
Oh, he lost. Wow, that's true.
He lost to Dada Boy. Who is not so far off.
Actually, I think at the moment only Ronx and KK are guaranteed. But I think Guru should make it. Even though he lost today, Guru should make it. Hanif should make it as well, because I like the way Hanif is playing right now. Guru, Hanif, Ronx, KK. I think Tactical should as well. That's 5. I mean, that's really 3 slots. This is hard.
When you put in a Dada Boy who has played about 15 games now, I mean, on the leaderboard, he has 14 games played.
Yeah.
And he had, he's on, I believe, 20 something points. But if you're looking at adding the win he had over Guru today, that does him a whole lot of good. And he has so many more games to play from the other guys who have played 17.
Wow, it's actually really tough. It's really tough. Oh my God, it really is. It really is tough. In all honesty, I really cannot say because at the moment I think it's just Ronx that is even guaranteed
right now. I mean, right now, it's not even guaranteed. Ronx was guaranteed definitely to make.
Oh wow.
So, but now I'm going to put you on. I think I want to say like this. Right now, you have a list, but I want to know your top. Who's going to be 1, 2, 3? Even if you can give me top 8, give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the very least. As you see, Game with Just gets himself 1 goal. A quick one from that restart there, where he took some time to go into the pause and kickoff mode ASAP. That one is being triggered by Yemi, who will be looking to get himself back into that 3-goal lead.
Good defending. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll say Ronx, tactical, KK.
Tactical over KK.
Yes.
Wow.
Sorry. Ronx, KK, tactical.
Okay.
Wale, and Guru.
Johnny Yemoli rather gets himself back in the action. It is a 3-goal lead back now. 4-1 it is, and every single momentum that Game just possibly built up with that goal has been thrown over the fence by the man himself. I have a comment here. I say contenders in the elite leagues will be shaky because most matches will be unpredictable, and who knows, we might just see some shocking losses when the elite league starts.
I mean, fair enough. but the thing is, yeah, it would only you would see. Wow. Like I said, we have 5-star skill moves.
Ooh.
That is so interesting to see.
I mean, borrow scoop from that angle with the Caicedo is not something we do see on a regular day.
That is very interesting to see. I think it's even more weird that he actually performed the skill move because
he shows that he knows.
Yeah. Even though he has
skill
moves, I probably wouldn't do that.
Well, you guys have heard Adefola's possible top 5 list. He says the top 8 is too hard for him, but he can give you a top 5 as it is. I think that's one thing we have always been talking about. Iron slide. This one is not a side.
Wow.
Holds on to the ball just a little too long there. Game with Josh, and he will be punished for that. Good move, good use of that player space there to get himself into.
It was good play from him, but.
And then you can see Yemi now trying to see if he can make it even another penalty.
Oh, wow.
That's absolutely insane. At some point, you have to feel for the man himself there.
That's so unlucky, man. That's so unlucky.
At some point, you have to feel for the man there, and it does look like he has gotten himself that one as he's counting it down for Give Me Just a 5-star performance.
That's not. When you're on the other side of that, it's not a good experience.
When you're on the other side of having some of the teams go against you in FC, right?
No, not necessarily, because Yemi was.
All of that. I mean, you know what's interesting for me. What's interesting for me is I've seen here consistently some of the players have some crazy celebrations, and they get some sort of karma back on them. Is this something you're going to be you're going to enjoy doing in the elite leagues? We're going to see you do some celebrations.
I don't think I do stuff like this, but I don't think I need it, to be
honest. That's that good talk now.
I don't need it, to be honest.
That's that good talk now. Slimer has been really, really pestering me to ask you what you think about that Ghana versus Nigeria that will be happening after the elite league. I mean, they did beat us in Ghana, but the version 2, the second leg is going to be happening immediately after the elite league. And you see them sort of planning for the VGA tournament as a means of getting their own top 4 in Ghana. What do you think in terms of the performances of our boys now that we know how good the Ghanaians are when we come to the second leg?
Well, first and foremost, I'm very, very psyched. I'm looking forward to it so much. I really am. You cannot tell me, I cannot quantify how much I'm looking forward to it. But it is something that I know won't exactly be easy because they have really, really good players. One thing I will give them props for is that they have a lot of good players. They have a lot. There's like 10, 15 names that even though I'm not Ghanaian, I can call and say, oh,
These are very,
solid.
very good.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you play them consistently.
Yes.
Well, let's go. We're coming back to you, Fola, but let's go into the action here. Still, Yemi making it 6-1. Well, like, there's quick updates in the game between Dracarys and Son of God. 1-0 for Dracarys as it stands. You can see the goal for Yemi right here. This man really torn this defense apart here, and then he has done the bit of the business. As you can see him dancing, and Gamey Josh gets himself the second goal and is celebrating wildly.
I mean, to be fair, I think it's GG's now.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, with 8 minutes, in-game minutes left, you don't expect to see anything like a blowout in this one. This one might just be this is done and dusted for a Yemi. But Dots is saying, who do you think are your best 3 players in this server currently, Fola?
In the server right now?
Interesting conversation.
That's a rather interesting one. But I'll put myself, Sha. I'll put myself, Farouk, and John. Yeah, that's what.
Okay. That's Adefola answering that question from Dodge. Keep your questions coming in. We do have a little bit of time with the legend himself, who is currently in the booth. As much comments as you can. Let us know what you want to ask Adefola and what you want him to speak on a little bit on the stream right now. Adefola, the game right now. I'm looking at the one between Dracarys and Son of God. Son of God is someone I've known it for a bit. I think you also know him also too.
Yeah, I do.
Are you a little bit disappointed with his performance in this one?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really, to be honest. Not really. I think it was more of a case of he wasn't really consistent.
Okay.
Wasn't really consistent. Like
the performances were not consistent.
The thing with the league format is that you have to be consistent.
Across 7 weeks.
You can be a very good player, but if you are not consistent across the 6-7 weeks that you have to play, you are in for a very, very long while.
We just missed that.
Actually missed that chance.
That one was very well done. The Power Shots Council gave him a lot of space there to work with. I mean, you're so shocked that happened.
I mean, to be fair, it's Pacho, so.
Fair enough. The defenders don't necessarily have some of the shooting skills of the other players in the game. Yeah. Going back into that conversation of being consistent, I think that's one thing that I and Slimo have been hammering on across board, and that's why I was bringing Dada Boy up consistently.
Yes,
he had a very good first week, then had a terrible week 2, week 3, where he had back-to-back losses. All of a sudden, if he wins the next 2 games that are standing for him, he might just be going straight into the top 3, top 4 conversations. I mean, looking at that one, do you think that's like the best template for some of the guys who are going to be going into the elite divisions to sort of look at and maintain? Because it does feel like when they get there, the competition is at another level, and they definitely will be struggling sometimes. Do you think that's sort of what they should have at the back of their mind in case it doesn't go well for them?
Well, like aside, the thing with the league format, like I also heard you guys say it yesterday. It is not a sprint.
Yeah, it's a marathon. Yeah,
it's a marathon. So like, as much as you want to finish well, you cannot start slow, and even when you are at the middle part of the race, you cannot be exactly like, you have to maintain a steady type of pace and then finish well. That's like the ideal way to play a league format.
To play a league format. So ensure you are somewhere around
so far, just make sure you are playing well every single week.
Yeah. I mean, talking about that, I think I'll possibly bring up a King Ronx who has been so consistent. He has only had one loss so far.
I know.
And there are some times when we've seen him on stream play badly, but at best, the opponent can only get a draw.
Yes.
For me, we did see that game between Khaled and King Ronx where King Ronx had no reason to win that game 2-1, but he just found a way to do it. And I think that looks like that sort of validates what you're saying.
That's the idea. Just make sure you are always in the conversation. You're not playing bad. You're not making bad decisions and stuff like that.
As we see the end of the game between Game Just and Yemo Lee, that one has definitely done Yemi a whole lot of good. Talking about the consistency, I also want to bring up a little bit of the other aspects of the consistency, and I'm going to be bringing a Yemi into the conversation. Yemi, I think his biggest problem in this league format has been dropping points from winning positions to get draws.
Yes, I saw the video of him and Rhymes.
Listen, I mean, if you're the one and he was someone you were coaching, what would be your thoughts to him after the game?
Man, the thing with the game is that he's trying to win. Actually, like, it's not that he's
trying to lose.
It's not that he wants. But to be fair, I think watching the clip again, I think EA actually sold him because he flicked the ball up to Chiellini.
Yeah.
And then he wanted to head it back to his keeper, but Chiellini had like a very, very weird
Animation.
heading animation whereby instead of heading the ball straight down, he headed it up.
I mean,
That
was
gives wasting time to just go and chase the ball and shoot the ball into the net.
Listen, I mean, sometimes the game just tests your
that
process.
is even enough. That's enough for you to lose your head. I can't lie. That's enough for you to lose your head.
As you can see this game now, we're going into the secondary action. Dracarys versus Son of God. Dracarys, a man for me who I expected a little bit more from across, but especially seeing him in the challengers.
Same here.
But it does feels like that the slow build up that he favors has not really favored him across board in this competition. This one might be offside, is not, and is Son of God getting the second goal.
Back in it.
Just one goal off that block right now, as Dracarys will be sweating it out a little bit. My complaints to Slimer for Dracarys was the fact that I personally looked at Dracarys as someone who is insisting on playing FC the old way. I'm seeing him attempting a lot of player locks, just like I was just about to say that he did that right now in places where to me are unnecessary.
Yes, 100%.
And that sort of gives him not so much to work with in terms of the quick build up and quick counter.
Understandable. So like now I don't use player locks anymore.
You don't use player locks anymore?
Yeah, I mean I still do to like defend area balls and then to do the corner thing. But I feel like if you make right decisions when you are attacking, you really need player locks. Now player locks are good, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I advise you to use player locks.
Absolutely.
To be honest, but the only instance whereby I'll say player locks are I use directed runs a lot more. I use a lot of
directed runs, okay.
Because that gives me the ability to control the player that's on the ball, so I can like do other things.
While you're doing while I'm controlling also the player who is moving.
Exactly. So player locks are good when you have like literally in my opinion. Someone like Farouk now, the way Farouk uses player lock, that is the way you should use player lock. If you cannot use player lock like Farouk, I don't think you should use player lock at all. I don't think you should use player lock at all. That's my own opinion.
Crazy insights from that man, that legend. As you can see now, Son of God will try. Decides to go for the
finesse.
The near post was there. Decides to go for the far post.
Finesse. I think Mayulu even has the finesse play style. So I don't know why he didn't want to attempt that.
But Son of God though has been very good with those corner routines. We didn't see a little bit of that player locked header from Son of God that he has been doing consistently across board throughout this competition. I think Dracarys will be very fortunate that one didn't go in.
Yeah, that was 2-2 right there. That was 2-2 easily.
Dracarys. Now the question will be, can he hold on? It's just 10 minutes on the clock. But for 9 minutes half, that's a lot of time.
By the way, we've just had 3 goals in this game, which is rather interesting.
I mean, this will probably go back to the King Ronx owners, one of the least scored games in the entire.
Have you guys had 1-1 or 1-0? I don't think so.
I don't think we've had any 1-1 or 1-0. I think it's been end-to-end stuff. Well, all the players here, I think one thing I have to give them kudos for is they all want to score. I mean, you look at a Khaled who is doing some crazy things. He doesn't even care. A Baloke who came from the Onile Esports tournament, not really a UT type of player, but somehow was able to grind himself into the conversations whereby he was able to take points off some of the guys.
Of a few guys. Yeah, that's true. I think the thing is of all the players that were in the league, in as much as I understood that they might not exactly have been the best, the ones that I really supported were Khaled and Hanif. Two of them, they are frauds. They are frauds. Two of them, they are frauds. Oh, no problem.
Wow. Interesting aspect. But I wouldn't like to let you go without asking you this question. This question definitely is the one that tips it for me. You see, there was some conversation that started out. I can't remember who started it, but we did say, do you think in the elite division later this year, as we see Dracarys try to manage this one down to the wire, that we'll see an unbeaten run, the kind that we did see from a Killer Freak and a Farouk, go all the way down to the last day, both unbeaten. Do you think we're gonna see that happen again?
If I say no, that means I'm thinking I'll lose a game. Do you get? So like, I don't think I'll answer that question.
Oh wow!
I think I'll
answer. So the vibe you're coming with in the elite division this is you don't want to lose a game.
Yeah, I mean, you're
going for unbeaten.
I'm not thinking about the unbeaten. But
My goodness. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in case you don't know what to do, get ready now. As we're watching this one, you're going to find out the 8 people who are going to be going to meet some of the very, very best guys in the elite division. As you can see, Drakare is really do the game management with style.
1 minute. I think it's good.
And this is what we always talk about when the ball gets
Wale yesterday.
Yes, clear this ball off your, and now this is the end of it. It looks like this will be the GGs that Drakare has been waiting for. You can see how much he needs that man on there shaking his opponent.
Another fraud as well.
Wow. 2 interesting games today.
Yeah.
The first one was the blowout. Yemi totally blowing game just out of the water. Not the kind of game we expected from the Giant Slayer.
100%.
Yes, I don't think he had his sling with him today. That man.
It was me who played a lot better. That guy.
I think he's caused problems for you, like 2-3 competitions.
I remember in the this is when we played last year.
Yeah.
I had to score him in the 90th minute to win the game.
Wow.
And I was leading him by like 3 in the first 20 minutes.
Whoa. It's like every time he sees Fola, there's a point to prove.
I said he plays a lot better when he plays people that are better than him. I don't understand the guy.
And we also saw Drakare get himself a very, very hard-fought, nail-biting win over Son of God. Son of God's problems keep increasing daily. With what we are looking at right now, we don't think and we don't expect to see a Son of God go into the top 8 as it stands. But the next game is going to be Dada Boy versus KK, as we have heard from Adefola throughout that conversation. We're going to be going into the next action, which is Dada Boy versus KK. That one is coming up next. You can see what it is, the head-to-head right now. 10 wins for KK, 8 for Dada Boy, 2 draws for KK, 3 for Dada Boy, 4 losses for Dada Boy, KK. The difference isn't so much, which makes you wonder how come KK is in 3rd and Dada Boy is in 10th, when it's just about, I think, 1 loss here and 1 more draw here. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, great to be back and just to see you and Adefola get into it, chop it up a little bit. I enjoyed the conversations a lot from top 5. I enjoyed hearing Ghana versus Nigeria and Adefola just, you know what, at least giving Ghana our flowers, because I know not a lot of people are giving us our flowers here in Nigeria, but at least if the legend himself is giving us our flowers, we can't say too much about it. But we go into this game with hindsight of how both of them have performed in the last couple of games. Dada Boy has really shown that he can really step up to the plate. We saw his game earlier on today, and he's shown that in games like this he can perform. He just beat Tactical. He beat Mr. Oga yesterday as well. He's in red hot form as we speak, and for KK he's got to be careful. No, KK is playing well again. He played well against Guru, but in games like these where Dada Boy is desperate for wins, it could go elsewhere as we go straight into the action for today. I believe our 5th game on the broadcast today. We did have 6 games slated, and we'll probably get into all of them before the final whistle goes today. Dada Boy, interesting start for him already. I mean, he definitely is a man who knows what his business is all about. Doesn't really take time to kind of settle in at all.
Love the fact that he's sort of picked up on that quick start out, and he was able to turn things around for himself there. That man, Dada Boy, he now understands how important it is for those quicker transitions, moving the ball quickly. And we have a quick question here from Mod Josh asking, how does one qualify for this tournament? Now, the Pro Leagues, I'll tell you there are 2 ways to get to the Pro Leagues. One, win the Onile Esports tournament, and win the Onile Esports Championship tournament.
And speaking of the Onile Esports Championships, the good thing about it is it's not selected players. It's open to all within the local government. The Challengers Cup as well is open to all. So just make sure you're following KD Sports across all social media platforms. So when the word comes out, you are notified about it, and then you can be a part of it. Because I still think there is still a couple of hidden talents where we've not been able to tap into that could get an opportunity.
I've been hearing names. I've been hearing Omasita. I've been hearing names being thrown around, and I'm like, who are these guys?
Next year we hear money pick up your control.
No, absolutely. I mean, the conversation I just had with Adefola has also, sort of helped me gain perspective. Adefola said there's a certain level of talent needed. I don't think I have that one. I will stick to where I think I might survive for a little bit before I finally call it.
We like you being like commentary, but we enjoy it.
My goodness, as we see these guys make battles end to end, but it's looked like a whole lot of Dada Boy early on. I love the fact that both players know each other very well and have taken early on to see how.
And I mean, just the fact that we're having two players who are not playing from Lagos are playing in more or less, I wouldn't call this a Lagos-based tournament, but the fact that the tournament is happening.
Prince!
Dada Boy back in the where he left off. I mean, he's been impressive, just like how he beat Tactical. He's starting strong against KK as well. But just alluding to the fact that we're playing a tournament that's happening in Lagos, but we're having players both who are not from the state. I mean, man, you can speak to how important this is, that we've not had this so many times. Usually if somebody's not from Lagos, he's clearly from Abuja, but most of these guys are definitely not from Lagos or Abuja, and they are showing that everybody can participate.
I think it sort of gives a whole more color to what Khaled Esports has done to be able to bring two top players from outside Lagos, not just Lagos, from the south region, one man from Port Harcourt, one man from Akwa Ibom, to bring them here to compete at the very level. And I think I have to go back to that question by Mod just asking how you can qualify. Both guys qualified from the Challengers tournament, which is the second route for qualifying for the Pro Leagues. Challengers tournament, you really just go on to Khaled Esports app, you register, and we have over 64 players come and make battle in a 2-day tournament to see the top 8 that will be coming all the way to the Pro Leagues. And I think that's the way it has been set up for a very long time. So if you're asking still more just and you're not convinced about the Onili route, there's the Challengers for you. If you can't, let's say you're not in Lagos, you don't have a local government, you can come to the Challengers tournament. All you need to do is stay to the Khaled Esports app, stay tuned to what's happening on Khaled Esports on Instagram, and when you have that opportunity, come and prove yourself against some of the very best.
I mean, one advice I've got for more Josh as well is grind before you come, because you'll be making some crazy places.
You hit hungry boy. Just to give you guys context, King Ronx, who is currently leading the pile in the Pro League, struggled a whole lot in the Challengers League. That's to give you a little bit of context into it. Dada Boy and KK right now are replaying the revenge match, and I think for me this is the best time for Dada Boy to have his revenge on KK for what happened in that Challengers League final where we saw KK run away eventually with the lead that made him the Challengers champion. Exactly,
he might have a little bit of vengeance on his mind, and he started strongly in these first 20 minutes as we see the pause skewed by KK. Return leg of maybe the final, I mean possibly a big game on our hands. KK pushing for that top spot in the National Esoccer Pro League. Dada Boy fighting on the ends of that top 8 finish. It's quite an intriguing game, and it's quite interesting to see where both of them are coming from finals of the Challengers Cup, but then it's a whole different narrative here in the National Esoccer Pro League. KK at the top of the standings, Dada Boy is fighting his way. It tells you the quality that is on display at times in this league.
I mean, but Sly, if Dada Boy is able to get this one over the line and is able to do something different in the next couple of games, as KK nearly gets himself a goal back, but Dada Boy rushing his goalkeeper out. And going back to the conversation, if Dada Boy gets this over the line and somehow gets to win some of the games that are back on him with the momentum he's currently on, we might just see maybe a difference in the leaderboard at the end of the Pro Leagues. Maybe there might not be so much to differentiate both players at the end of the Pro Leagues.
Well, exactly. It is very strong from the angle that Dada Boy is coming from. Two important games for him today. He's already beaten Tactical. I mean, Money, we've got to deep this. He's beating Mr. Oga, he's beating Tactical. If he goes on to beat KK as well, Dada Boy's run of performances has to go up as surely one of the best you've seen.
I mean, player of the week, definitely.
For sure.
In the same way, beating Tactical, that maybe beating
Mr.
KK
Oga
and beating Mr. Oga.
Yeah,
12 out of 12 points.
It's crazy. It's even crazy to think. I don't think anybody has had this type of run beating top 5 players. I mean, credit to Dada Boy, but there's still a long way to go in this game, though. Just about 30 game minutes being played in this one. There's still work to be done, and you can tell KK is not happy with the way he's playing. That onside with the player. Look, I think it was slightly offside. That timing just not working to his favor. But Dada Boy's got to be careful. His line is also pretty high, I must say. And when you're playing a high line against KK and giving the ball away as he's doing in the last couple of minutes, you might find yourself wanting in such positions. Look, I think the way Dada Boy plays is also kind of, if you are looking at it from a casual eye, it looks like it's not difficult to replicate, because there's not too much that's maybe appealing to their eye. But for us who've watched this esport for a very long time, you've got to appreciate what comes in. That was surely onside. KK must finish, and we'll take that one with due diligence. And I mean, see him just drop the controller right there, you know, yeah, he had to struggle for that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's manual offside trap, not the very best from the man there. We did speak about that one a whole lot. I mean, trying to manually defend offside in this moment against an unrushing player, it's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, it's sometimes suicidal at that point. And it begs the question, if you're playing a high line like that, are you supposed to leave yourself in positions where you've got to be manually defending guys who are on the run? Because it's tough. Sometimes you have to leave it to the AI or just keep tracking runs. That's my best advice for you. If indeed you are playing such a high line, always try to commit to the tackle early. If you win the ball, then hallelujah. If you don't, then that's the risk that you take of playing such a high line. But I mean, it comes with its rewards as well. When you do play that high line and put the press on, you cause a lot of problems for a lot of players. This KK, it's a barrage of finishes in the last couple of minutes. 2 quick chances and 2 quick goals.
I mean, I'm looking at KK right now. I mean, it does look like he's the one who considered, but listen, it tells you the amount of mental stress, the amount of mental strain it takes to sort of break down this defense by the man there. It's still back to Dada Boy not doing his best in terms of the defensive work there. Offensively, he's been on par with KK in this game, but defensively, he has been very questionable, and that's not where he wants to be right now. You should also understand how very important it is for him to get this one over the line, as KK will quickly will get a lead, and so we'll see how he can sustain that one across the game.
Well, impressive last couple of minutes from the Challengers Cup champion Lumo Habs KK. He's been pushing, but a repeat of the final has been.
Are you joking?
If that one had gone in, I think goal of the tournament. Goal of the week. How? That was incredible.
A rainbow flick into a header.
I mean, it's such a game. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, but you know, looking into it, attempts it again.
I mean, what has Dada Boy been learning in the practice that we've not seen before?
Okay.
But I think we've been playing a different game.
You know, this Ademola told me. Ademola told me there's a certain level of talent. I don't have it. Apparently, I do not have it. Because there's absolutely no reason why I'm doing a rainbow flick and a header like this.
If he pulled it off though, he's a genius.
Listen,
if he pulled it off though,
I mean, the fact that he did it again was just to make you guys understand that
it's not a fluke. It's something he has practiced.
Absolutely. Will you do it again?
I mean, this time went for the ball scoop with. I mean, that moment was quite tight for him to try that rainbow flag. But that boy, look, you know what? Credit to him. Even though you had 2 goals, now enjoy yourself. That's what I keep saying about playing FC. Sometimes we get too lost in the fact that we want to win the game. Sometimes just enjoy yourself. And enjoying yourself pays dividends for this one.
This time around, it is KK who refuses to clear off his lines neatly, and he gets to pay for that one. All of the rainbow flicks and the headers didn't work, but all it took was just a little bit of a lapse in defense. And the low driven from Prince, you knew it was coming as soon as that one got to Dada Boy. You definitely knew it was going to be a low driven effort. We did see a score update in the game between Dracarys and Khaled, 1-0 in favor of Dracarys. If Dracarys goes ahead to get 2 wins today, it would really do him a whole lot of good. Against Khaled though.
I mean, we know how tough it is for potentially Dracarys to get into the top, because he's dropped too many points in the last couple of days. And the thing for him is, you have to rely on a lot of results elsewhere, which maybe might be in his favor. But if you've got guys like Yemi pushing, guys like Dada Boy pushing, it is going to be entirely difficult to kind of pull it off in that moment. But I mean, like Manu will keep saying, control what is in your grasp.
Yeah, I mean, keep getting your wins and then watch what happens.
Yeah, and hope for something else to happen. Is that one onside? I believe it is from Dogo. I mean, the way these guys are triggering the runs on the wings is crazy, because that's from a left back right there. You could tell with how he set up his play, something that he's worked on for a very long time. I mean, this gesture from KK, it's like a man who has been to war.
I'm telling you, I'm trying to understand what is going through his head in moments like this, where he's just looking at, you know, why is all of this happening to me, right?
Why do I have to go through so much stress to fight for a top 1 spot? But I mean, everybody's going through the stress, KK. The Lumo Habs man, your shots there, going through the ringer in this game. But I think we're facing guys like Dada Boy. They have more or less this unexpected vibe to them. See the rainbow flicks that Dada Boy is pulling off.
Listen.
I mean, who is thinking that somebody's pulling this off in a tight tournament like this?
I mean, yeah, I love the fact that he brought this up, because going back to the game between Yemi and game we just, I did see Yemi pull off a ball scoop turn in a tight angle. Listen, he had never done it before.
Wait, was it with the Caicedo?
Yeah,
So I said it, I was like, how?
What? The ability to even try this in such a high stake game, it sort of makes it a whole different conversation for all of us watching that one. As for Dada Boy, if he gets himself another lead in this one, it will do him a whole lot of good. But KK survives that one. The early rounds of barrages now is going to be coming from KK in the second half run now. 2 versus 1 decisive.
I mean, for all of our viewers who are watching, whether you're from Nigeria, from Ghana, anywhere from the world, just look at your shots right there and how branded the players look. Doesn't it look amazing? Both of them in their esports jerseys representing their esports teams. I think it's just wonderful from our part of the world. Look, when we are watching the guys from the diaspora, whether it's Europe, whether from the Americas, and they are playing in their esports tournament, as the Lumo Hubs man will get his lead back. Everybody is in their esports jerseys. And I know that here in Nigeria, I know everybody's part of an esports team, but we entreat you guys to be able to join this esports team. The branding is really important. We're not only sending out the competitiveness of our players, we are sending out a brand as well, and the brand is really important. And I like what Outlaws and Lumo Hubs have done. A huge shout out to them. No matter the outcome of this game, I think these are two teams that have really taken the esports seriously. And you know what, we need to have more teams like this for not just people around us to take us seriously, ourselves. Because you know what, if you're an esport athlete and you know you're going home with branded clothes, you're playing in multiple tournaments, you're going home with winnings, I mean, even if it's difficult to convince your parents at first, when they see how you branded yourself out there and how things are going for you, it's much more easier to convince them. So credit to Lumo Hubs and Outlaws Esports. I think they've been doing a tremendous job, and I mean, they are going band for band in game, man, and I think they are going band for band when it comes to branding as well.
Yes, love it. The Outlaw Esports man versus the Lumo Hubs man. Every time I see KK on shots, he always gives me a different vibe, because I don't know what it is that he's been through today, but I love it.
Maybe it was the stress of playing Guru early like that. You know, he had to, even though it was a comfortable win, it looked comfortable from the low eye, but maybe it was stressful if you ask KK.
Well, I think we need to get him on. I wonder if this was stressful for him. Imagine what it was like for the Guru guy, the man who came all the way from Abuja. Talking about Guru now, he is in a dangerous position, because now he's in 8th position. Getting with that win definitely leapfrogs him, I believe, from 26.
Remember, Rhymes didn't play today. Tomorrow, Rhymes will be playing. Next week for the final weekend, Rhymes will be playing, and he'll be licking his lips at that opportunity. I mean, next week is going to be a banger. Look, for all of you watching in the stream, I think you guys have enjoyed yourself for the first 6 weeks. Don't be greedy. Share the link next week. Invite everybody, your friends, family, everybody, because next week will be absolute drama, and the entertainment will be through the roof. I'm extending the invite to everybody that will be featuring, because I think next week we'll decide who our champion of the Pro League will be, who the top 8 will be as well. And you know what? The Elite League, the thing is, when you look at the players playing in the Elite League and what some of them, their thoughts have been, because I was listening to Ade for Line, you could tell clearly that he couldn't definitively say the guys in the Elite League are better than the guys who are coming from the Pro League. So it clearly tells you that the gap is not that huge. And if these guys can close the gap, I think we'll have a crazy last few games for the National Esoccer Pro League.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the storylines that are going to be told. I think as it stands right now, we have about 4 players who are seeking to go in for the top 8 spots. I mean, let's call it the bottom 8 spots, which is going to be the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th position respectively. You have 4 players who are looking to maintain what they currently have right now in that position. As the Lumo Hubs man would lose this one. That one was a crazy miss. Not something we do see consistently on here, where we have someone like KK lose out of a good scoring position.
I actually forgot that Rhymes has a game today. I don't think we've seen him play. He's playing Mr. Oga today, and that's another huge game. Massive game for Rhymes. And if he's able to get maximum points in that one, then that spells more trouble for guys like Guru.
Mr. Oga himself.
That makes Mr. Oga himself, now it drags him into the battle entirely. You know, we said that yesterday after he had lost that game, it's dragging him into the battle. This one is going into the depths of the battle itself.
I mean, that's not where you want to be if you're Mr. Oga, and I think that is firmly on the minds of Ronx and Mr. Oga. The question is, has Mr. Oga been able to recover from the events of yesterday against some of the losses he had yesterday, where some of those ones where you can't really explain why, because you see the man, you know he has the quality, he has the depth, he can step up when it matters the most, but it's just obvious that he didn't really step up in some of those games yesterday. Now the question is, can he survive as KK? My goodness, look at how that one went straight in, that tackle, taking the ball off KK. We didn't see the precision already activated. Dada Boy, the flicks and tricks are coming out of the bags now. Confidence is brewing.
Well, surely he's got to have a lot of confidence. I mean, spanning from yesterday and today, beating a guy like Mr. Oga today, getting a win against Tactical, he's got to have a lot of confidence. But I mean, I think for Dada Boy, no matter how the result of the whole league goes for him, I think this game would have been something that he would mark on his calendar as potentially a revenge against KK because of the Challengers Cup and how it went. Because that Challengers Cup run from him was impeccable, and he was looking to crown it off with a win. But the only guy in his way was KK.
Listen, I think going back to that Challengers Cup, we did see KK make about 4 or 5 comebacks to win, but we saw that boy with an almost flawless run, and I was very, very impressed. And that's why I think we were very, very confused as to the Dada Boy we now started seeing on stream, especially those game week 1, 2, and the early days of game week 3. But the way he has recovered, the way he has been able to dig deep in and get himself some of those wins, it's crazy to say that he only has 4 losses since, I believe, the game week 3.
Exactly.
Back-to-back wins and draws in moments where he couldn't get those wins. As KK again breathing a huge sigh of relief.
I mean, that goal took a lot. He got a pass into Elise, and my first instinct was he's going to cut into that obvious finesse angle, but he had to do a little bit of the dancing right. Look, immediately that ball gets to Elise, had to twist and turn and trick him a little bit, and that boy fell for the bit, switched up that defender. And Lumo Hubs Esports KK able to take a massive lead. If he can't hold on, then that means that battle at the top with him and Ronx is going right down to the wire. We'll be looking at the results from next weekend to determine who would actually walk away champion of the National Esoccer Pro League. Now, I mean, if anything is if we had to use that Guru versus KK as a yardstick to determine what this last 10 minutes ago, I think KK is about to do what he did to Guru again. Time management. He's about to go in these 15 minutes. Immediately he gets the ball. I don't think Dada Boy is touching the ball but for the last 5 minutes.
The thing is, I think for Dada Boy who sort of watched it happen in real time, that's giving you an idea into what this man wants to do. So probably as soon as the ball gets to KK, you might see an activation of the team press from Dada Boy to sort of puts a lot of pressure on KK in that moment, but Dada Boy for now is refusing to just let this one go without a fight, as he is still in and around that action.
Well, it's a proper chess game right on the end of the box. I said Dada Boy kind of reject a couple of runs already, and he's trying to trick KK into beating that time. He was an architect of his own downfall, and he won't be liable to the counter as Lumo has KK on the break, and that is the perfect thing to do right there. Don't rush the attack, try to keep a hold of the ball, as the Dracarys versus Khaled game also going off in the back, and that one so tight as we speak. Only 2-1 in favor of Afro Panda Dracarys. He looks to hold on. KK, I mean, very unlikely from him as he gives the ball away cheaply. That possession, Dada Boy has some work to do if he wants to capitalize on this one. Ball to heel rolling space, looking to finesse. That goal would have been difficult to score for money.
Very difficult. I mean, that one would have possibly topped the one we did see from Shelling early on in today's game. But whatever the case is, now here is KK. He has this ample opportunity. This time around, he has space, and I think he was looking at the Shelling item as crossing the ball into her, but there was a whole lot of bodies between him and the Shelling item. That would have been some dangerous move there from KK.
That's a massive risk he took right there, because now that gives back possession to Dada Boy for him to try to hit KK on this possession, and it's a tricky one to kind of consider in these moments. I mean, look, when you're at the back watching, you kind of have a clearer view of what's happening, but when the controller is in your hand, it's a different ball game altogether. Dealing with the kind of pressures in these moments, it's not easy at all. So we've got to salute every single one of these guys who are doing it back-to-back games.
Yep, right now going crazy, while Dracarys also and Khaled is still going crazy. That one is 2-1. We did see the match update early on. This time around is 4-3. It's not job done yet. We can still see the man from the Outlaws, Dada Boy, get himself a goal back, or we could still see the Lumohod Esports man get the job done with an extra goal in the dying embers of this one. So I think both players should be able to lock in for the next 3 minutes plus whatever it is we get in extra time.
I mean,
as they look to see
3 minutes plus extra time means if Kiki has got the ball, the other one has got like a couple of possessions to maybe find a goal back. But the thing is, it depends on how KK approaches this last minutes, and I know he's going to try to run down the clock, and he has the ball exactly where he wants it, in the corner flag, taking time off the clock as he plays it back one more time. The other boy has got to put on team press, has got to manually press if he can as well, and the Lumo Hubs man trying everything in his power to get the ball away from Dada Boy. This is impressive game management from him, but he's got to be careful.
We've seen this happen again.
We've seen this script before.
Wivation, yeah, me. We've seen this happen over and over again. It might just happen again this time around, but he's so lucky he gets that one over the line, and he has just 1 extra minute to get the ball away from Dada Boy. Back into the streaky moment, Springs nearly causing a ruckus there with that anticipation, nearly intercepting that ball. It would have definitely spelled it.
I mean, by the whiskers of the hair, KK survives, and it is one that would definitely be devastating for Dada Boy. He put on a very, very gallant effort, but I mean, we've got to have winners and we've got to have losers at times. A credit to KK. He's gotten 6 points out of 6 in 2 extremely difficult games, and we do have the results of the repeat of the results of the final of the Challengers Cup.
You know what is crazy? I'm looking at this scene. I'm looking at the cuts right now on your screens, and when KK went to shake Dada Boy, it wasn't one of those one where it's just like me trying to say GG's. It was like, listen, this was crazy. Respect. It was a show of respect. It was a sign of respect from Dada Boy, from KK to Dada Boy, because you could see that that KK absolutely. This is probably the most emotions we have seen from that man in any game at all. Also, Dada Boy looking on, wondering where it all went wrong, because this was the perfect way for him to cap up a game week 6. The one that would have given him all of that revenge, making him his own karma. As you can see, Dracarys really refusing to let go of these huge 3 points. This could be one of those good days for Dracarys if he's able to get 6 out of 6 today.
Well, surely it will be an important one for him as well. I mean, his chances are slim as ever, but with the likes of Dada Boy losing, it might maybe give him an opportunity to creep up the table a bit. It is an interesting last 15 minutes of those games. They're currently logged on to the National Esoccer Pro League, Nigeria's finest of FC players doing battle with an opportunity to book a spot inside the Elite League, top 8 to finish inside the Elite League, of course. And of course, the champion himself will walk away with some handful of a cash prize, and of course a trophy as well. We'll have a trophy presentation next week. I can't want to happen.
That is the one I love to see. I love trophies, man. Maybe it's because I don't have a lot.
I mean, we won't get to hand it off, so at least we'll get a feel of it, man. We'll get a little bit of
go home with me. I mean, Farouk's own is a home with him. You know, his parents get to see it. I've seen Mitchell
guys have been floating their trophies.
You know, this is what I
mean, I've got a couple in my back. From back in the day.
Hey, let's please. You know, have you got anyone in 2026?
I've not completed in 2026. So
why not telling me about trying to rub it all in my face, guys? Well, at least I have some people that I get to watch, people like Khaled, who have done so well for themselves in the Pro League, and I believe if we get to see him, and
a lot of people, I know some people were expecting him to make the top 8, but I mean, you guys have all seen the quality on display from some of these players and how difficult, if results don't go. You go back to Khaled earlier on in this league, week 1, week 2, where there were games. Look at him against Ronx. He played so well, but still Ronx found a way to win. Like, those types of games are games I think he should be looking back and saying, you know what, I've got to bury some of them, and it would definitely have maybe made his opportunities better of making that top 8 spot.
I agree with you entirely, especially with the fact that we could eventually look at this one and say, you know what, this is a huge learning curve for the man. I think it also exposes him to what it feels like to be under pressure, under intense pressure. It exposes him what to be like, you know, when the chips are down, how to react, the emotion, how to manage your emotion, how to manage the games, and how to get some of these wins over the line. Whatever the case is, I believe we definitely get to see a better man or subsequent seasons. While for the Afro Panda man, the man Dracarys, this has not been an entirely bad showing. It's just been a showing that has not yielded results because you did not choose the right style of play. For me, that what I believe has been the hallmark of his gameplay this season.
Well, certainly, he's also got a couple of lessons to pick up from this game. We saw Dracarys in the Challengers Cup. He was very good as well, but I mean, translating that game from 95 overall, bringing it into Ultimate Team, it's a difficult thing to do. But I just like the fact that these guys have been able to pick valuable nuggets from what has happened inside the National Esoccer Pro League. And I just hope that next year they bounce back stronger. Next year, the Pro League could be another big platform. We'll see different guys from Manila Esports Championship. We'll see different names from the Challengers Cup. Because I believe with KK potentially going into the Elite League, we might have a different Challengers Cup champion, because he's definitely good.
Yeah, absolutely.
The next round of what KD Sports has to offer. Well, that is it for that game as Dracarys hold on to another impressive win right there. It is rounding us up for today, as I believe we'll be heading into our last round of action today. I mean, we appreciate everybody that has stuck between us. It's been very, very impressive, and we've enjoyed ourselves here totally today, but we've got one more round of action here coming on the National Esoccer Pro League. We'll bring it to you right after this break. Don't go anywhere. The 45 left to play. CP Uzo looking to ride off the wave of yesterday with some impressive performance. Man, Mbappe is on. But Down Nigeria week 6 day 2 National Esoccer Pro League action. We've had 5 rounds of brilliance, one more down to go, another featuring 2 of the top guys here. Rhymes creeping into that top 8, Mr. Oga in danger of falling down into the lower brackets of the top 8. It's a big game coming up between these two, and Manny, I think it's going to speak a lot how the results will go, and I think a lot of the others around as well are looking to see where the points will drop.
This one, I probably very much agree with the win probability, even though on the position, Mr. Oga looks like the favorite. However, with the way he has been playing lately, it's not just the result. The performances haven't been great. Rhymes looks like he's on the come up. He's been enjoying a lot of success in those secondary games that have not been on stream. So for most of the people who have been following, they might not have seen so much of Rhymes wins. But as you can see, that man is certainly creeping up the table. And he'll be looking at this one as a game he definitely has to win. If he wins this one against Mr. Oga, it takes him to 29 points. Very level on the same points with Mr. Oga. It will mean that for a whole entire game week, Mr. Oga didn't move from that 29 points he had. As you can see, that's Rhymes drafts now. This time around, 5 icons. Shelling, of course, Abili. I think that's the difference in his card from the one we saw yesterday.
Yeah, a couple of changes from his team that, I mean, what Rhymes did yesterday is the blueprint for what he has to do today as well. Those impressive 6 points from yesterday, if he can carry it over to get 3 points here today, that would be good. There's not a lot of changes when it comes to his squad going into such a game, and I don't think he needs to tweak a lot as well. There haven't been too many changes in the game that could really cause him problems. So he's sticking with what is there, and he's hoping that it will produce the all-important 3 points. For Mr. Oga, on the other hand, though, it is a massively important game, because he's in danger of falling down. He's in danger of being in the gulag, as we like to call it, as we begin our last round of action here on this fateful Sunday. National Esoccer Pro League action, week 6 day 2, with both of them fighting for massive spot in that top 8.
Yeah, Mr. Oga fighting to somehow retain that spot. I mean, this man at some point was top of the pile. Now
It's
he's in
crazy.
7th position.
It's crazy. I think he did it for like 2 weeks or just a week?
I think it'll be just a week. Yeah, just a week.
I mean, from topping the table to
Fighting for your life.
It's insane.
I mean,
actually.
I think it just sort of tells the story of how intense the action has been in the National Esoccer Pro League.
I mean, when we kept saying that nobody's safe, I think some people took it for granted. Now they kind of understand where we're coming from in that position, because Ryan was coming into this one as a massive favorite. Everybody that you speak to before the tournament happened, everybody was very confident that Rhymes will get the job done. But I mean, he's had to dig deep to even get back into the conversation to tell you that, you know what, I mean, it's not going to be an easy faring for the OAS man, as he keeps pushing early. Oh, nice!
Get the job done.
Big opportunity for Rhymes. And I mean, this one has been different from yesterday. It's been a different showing for Rhymes, and it's an impressive start to this game as well. Mr. Oga, know what he was looking for to start this game, but Rhymes certainly where he wants to be.
Man, that goal sort of tells you the intent from the OS Esports man. We did speak to him earlier on yesterday, and we did talk about a little bit about what has changed for that man. I did speak to Rhymes and what we believe had changed for him, and I think he was just talking about how he realized, you know what, I've not put so much into the game to warrant me to ask the game for many more points than I currently have. So he had gone back to the drawing board, and we're going to be seeing.
But that goal came from Mr. Oga kind of being swappy on defense as Rhymes was able to pounce on that mishap from Mr. Oga. That's not something that he can afford to do against a player like Rhymes in this sort of form, especially with how he played yesterday. He cannot afford for it to be happening here today as well. Right from the corner, he plays it short. Mr. Oga, I mean, early on he showed that he will not rest until he gets this equalizer. Del Piero finding Olise, just that intricate passing not good enough to split open that really tight defense. Is that one onside from Pina? I believe it is. And Mr. Oga with a tactical foul early on in this game. Very surprising. We usually see it like at the
end of games, just to try and you sort of maintain decorum in the defense. But this time around, it is Mr. Oga activating that early on. As you can see, that was a direct free kick. I definitely thought that one was going to become a problem for Mr. Oga. But I mean, it would have been crazy to see Rhymes score a direct free kick from that angle.
Exactly. I mean, this year we're not seeing as many direct free kicks.
I told you.
Last year, remember, 25 was crazy.
I told you about the ones I scored.
I mean, yeah, you don't have any evidence to pick it up. So
I saved it. You know what's going to happen? I'm going to go back and I'm going to save that, get that clip. Because I remember saying it. I was like, what? You know, but well, I think the difference is it wasn't in a competitive scene, so anything.
I mean, it was still more or less like a competitive game against somebody who really wanted to win. So that's
look at the angle. Rhymes, he's so hungry. You can see from every single pass, every single move, Rhymes is doing the bits and doing that business.
Impressive stuff from Rhymes early on in this game. And I think for Rhymes it's been clear what he wants to deploy up front, especially with his 4-5-1. I believe it's like a 4-5-1 in that
4-2-3-1
scenario. I mean, 4-5-1 or 4-4-1-1 in some sense, because he's playing Totti in a clear camp position. And the thing is, Totti has also got really good finishing. So pairing him up with Pina in that position, not bad at all.
I mean, you have the height and the presence of Totti. You also have that crazy movements from Pina, ability to turn things around in and around that area. Van der Ven, Chiellini also the pairing in the defense. Dogu is the second left fullback. I think while Diani, we haven't seen a lot of Diani on the right wings.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's only Mr. Rhymes that's kindly deploying Diani in that area, and kind of gives you an idea of what he wants to do. Maybe he wants to have that elf unpredictability about his attacks on the wing, where you know when you're using like a left footer on that right hand side, everybody knows you want to cut in. But Diani being a right-footed player and she having that 5-star weak foot, it's always kind of tricky to know where she goes in that position. Speaking of Diani, as she is on the ball now for Rhymes, they start probing to see if he can maybe work his way into the box. But that time Mr. Oga clever to it and reading that defensive situation really well. I mean, that was a tight one to work with, and Schelling was almost sneaking in to get back the ball.
Yeah, and this time around you could see Rhymes saw all that through, doing his best to shield the fullback from making the winger from making all of those inroads. And right now it does look like Rhymes has got all of the job done, at least early on. But I'm looking at the way he's setting up, and I'm not so impressed, because I've seen a couple of runs and Rhymes is not getting those first time through balls. Talking about the first time through balls, this time around he goes for it, but it's offside, especially in the middle of the pitch. It's almost as though he's not trusting his players enough that they will be onside when the ball eventually gets through to them. You don't want to be caught in that kind of position, especially when you have the lead early on against a wounded lion like Mr. Oga.
Well, certainly, I think it's always got to do with maybe timing as well. The timing hasn't been up to par for Rhymes yet, and it's something that he'll have to be working on the post. Mr. Oga deserved a goal with that chance creation right there. That's quite unfortunate.
Talk about being unlucky. Mr. Oga doing all of the job and just hitting the upright of that post early on. Now Rhymes has a chance. She's running into space. Shirley, when she sets up like this, almost impossible to stop that finesse from going in.
Well, certainly, I mean, everybody in that position is adjusting their player in that sense. And Money did speak about the first time through ball. You saw this time Rhymes getting it on point. Immediately had the ball into Pina, had triggered the run of Shelling, and it was perfect. Now I want to do something from Rhymes right there. No, she was running.
It didn't look like a directed run.
Yeah, it looks like a directed run.
But I think he turned off the I think you can turn off the.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at a point you can turn it off when it keeps going. So I think that was what he did to kind of trick Mr. Oga into thinking he was going into that direction and switch it up at the very final minute. That is what we call the creativity that some of these players have just got. And the thing is, when you face these types of difficult defenses like Mr. Oga has, you have to be able to be creative in that sense. And credit to Rhymes, that ingenuity has certainly showed itself in these first 27 minutes, and it's deserving of him to be out by 2-0 earlier. Mr. Oga has shown in glimpses that he can also fight in a way. But I'm looking at that table right now, and Manny, Mr. Oga is in trouble.
He's shaking.
He's in a lot of trouble.
You're looking at where Rhymes currently is on that table. Where if he wins, Mr. Oga currently, Rhymes has 26 points from 16 games played.
So he wins this game. That's 29.
Mr. Oga has played. Had played 16 games prior to today, and I think he had played 2 games today, making it 18 games, still on 29 points. You look at all of that, what that has taken off in terms of his goal difference. You know that right now Rhymes is making inroads into the top 8. So as it stands, it looks like a game with Josh and Mr. Oga are the ones who are going to be dropping out. While Guru also is in trouble.
Mr. Oga is just playing this game, just this game today.
Just one game today?
Yes, just this one.
No, he was playing earlier today. He got beaten.
Today, Bright versus Khaled, Flake Badi Senior, Guru KK, Simply Uzo Wivation. Game with Josh played EME, Blaze and Anif also logged on. So we've got KK versus Dada Boy, Flake versus Simply Uzo, Drakaris son of God, Tactical Dada Boy, Drakaris Khaled.
Okay, now this game.
Yeah.
Okay,
so Oga just one game.
Well, okay, that sort of gives a little bit of a relief, because even though Rhymes is still going to be climbing above, if this result stays like this, Rhymes is still going to be going up above Mr. Oga as he turns.
That's a cruel one from the Mr. Oga point of view. But I mean,
that's right.
Rhymes won't care, because this game has been very cruel to him at times.
That's Rhymes making his own taking the shot, and just watching it scroll beyond the goalkeeper as that deflection would have taken it off that defender, and definitely giving Rhymes a whole lot of.
I mean, this is insane. KK getting those 2 wins today. Massive. It takes him to about 35 points. That is 2 points off of Ronx. But Mr. Oga losing this game, meaning that he's on 29 points. If Rhymes carries off on the win, he's also going to 29 points.
More goal difference.
Now, guys like Guru, Game with Josh, who have lost. Yemi also won today. So Yemi is also already on 29 points.
As it stands, wow. It is Game with Josh and Mr. Oga who are dropping out of the top 8 race.
I think Game with Josh and Guru actually. No, Mr. Oga
has 28 points.
Yes, but Mr. Oga is on 29. Mr. Oga 29. So
Guru didn't have any wins.
Yes. So Mr. Oga will fall to like 8th position.
Yeah.
Guru and Game with Josh will drop
on
out
9 and 10th respectively. But there's still so much action happening, because don't forget, Dada Boy is coming. So the question is,
coming with some craziness.
For me, the question is, who will be able to? I mean, all of these guys are now. As you look at it, it seems like these 3 players are fighting for one spot. Now it is now looking like it is for just the number 8 position. But I mean, there's still so much games to happen. About 3 games for most of the players, so anything can still happen. But realistically, it does look like they're all fighting for one spot. So it's about, is it going to be a game with Josh?
I mean, we can't write off Mr. Oga yet. That's 2 quick goals in succession.
Wow!
And already this game will go back to being a close one.
Our calculators and possibly hold on to the end of this one, because Mr. Oga is saying, hold on, I still have.
Don't forget about me yet. Do not forget about me yet. And it took a lot of composure in this one. Since the run of Shelling baited him a bit, and I mean that taking out Van der Ven aggressively like that. I mean, he was calling for him to be punished in that moment, and Rhymes certainly was punished in that situation.
For me, not taking that shot, that finesse with Shelling immediately there was kind of. I mean, in my head, not the best move, but I mean, he did score that one again, so there's nothing I could say. But look at Mr. Oga now go. He now has a sight of blood. It is like a fish, a shark in the blood-infested waters. If you can get this one over the line, that would totally change the outlook of this game going.
But you played in games where you're like 3 goals now, where you score 2 goals, you smell that the confidence is on your side. Now, I think that's what is getting to Mr. Oga now. You can see he's playing with like a different verve.
Absolutely, and I love the fact that this is the time he chose to make this particular one, because going into second half, if this is not a red card, it will be one of the best decisions made by Mr. Oga, because that sort of slows down Rhymes' momentum going into the activities of the second half. He definitely wants to be in and around that conversations when it comes to not being out of depth entirely, Mr. Oga. Here's Rhymes taking a sip of his water, trying to calm down and let this see.
I was giving a lot of love to Outlaws Esports. I give a lot of love to Lumo Hubs for the branding. OAS Esports have been doing an incredible job as well. Not just with Farouk Manzo. The signing of Rhymes, I think, has been brilliant as well. A massive kudos to OAS Esports. I think they've done an incredible job. The branding alone has been next level. You see them on social media every single time pushing the brand out there. I think this is what other esports teams and other guys who are looking to join esports teams should be emulating. OAS Esports, they've done a tremendous job. Another finish by the OAS man, though.
Goodness.
When Rhymes scores in this game, I see him talk to the camera. It seems like he wants to remind himself that, you know what, there's more to go. And it kind of tells you what is at stake right now, as Mr. Oga cutting a frustrated figure with how that goal went in.
My goodness, this one definitely strolling in beyond the arms and the reach of the goal.
It wasn't halftime yet. They had paused it, but it wasn't halftime. That's why Mr. Oga is so frustrated for conceding right on the end of halftime. Now it's halftime.
My goodness.
That's a tough one to concede.
And Rhymes, I did see him try to hold on for that last attack, sort of ensure that there was not going to be any transition. And it does happen like that with restarts. We also talked about this one. Every single time there's a restart, you have to be very, very careful to ensure that you don't fall into the hands of the wrong guys. As you can see, Rhymes have a quick chat, I believe, with Mr. Oga there while they try to get sorted out one or two occasions there. But the second half is going to begin soon, as Rhymes will be looking to get his bandwagon marching on. I believe for his team, they will be one of the happiest guys right now, seeing that the inroads Rhymes is currently making back into the top 8, where they will believe he truly belongs.
Well, surely a lot of people did have Rhymes finishing in the top 8, but it's not been an easy one for him at all. It's been one that he's got to grind for. It's been one that he's got to really work for, as we see him try to get back into the groove of this one. The National Esoccer Pro League, brought to you mainly by Kid Esports, the team making this one happen. Of course, our production crew, we can't forget about them at all. Game Evolution Esports as well. I think they've been tremendous to, the growth of esports in Nigeria. And I mean, when you speak Game Evo, I think one name comes to mind, Mr. Kumi, what he's been able to do. And I think when you speak to any Nigerian, he's like the gateway to Nigerian esports, and I think those guys deserve their love. When maybe he hangs, what do we call it? He hangs his boots in esports. He hangs his controllers. We'll say when he hangs his controllers with everything involving esports, the history of esports in Nigeria would definitely remember that name.
I think history has to be kind to that man, because I did tell you guys earlier on stream yesterday about how I also got into casting was because he sort of gave me a shot on a regular day to come in and just try out, and he did like what we did together, and then the growth process has been incredible. So it's not just esports in terms of the players playing. It's esports in terms of guys like the production crew right now. It's esports in terms of guys like me casting. So many things are happening right now in the arena that the guys aren't seeing from the house, but these are the reasons why we are seeing such a good products right now on stream, where we see platforms like this being made available for the players to come on and shine. The production crew right here they are crazy. I can't tell you guys how many people are right here. I think there are about 8 in the production room. We also have the social media guys doing crazy stuff. So this all started from one room somewhere. It was an idea that took almost 8 years to kick off, because I think I had a conversation with Mr. Kumi early on about how this started. This started way back in 2000, I believe 14, 15 or so. I think he's the best person to give us the timelines, but what he has been able to do with so little resources and so little time is incredible.
If you've got some stories about Mr. Kumi as well, you can drop it in the chat, because I know a lot of people do have their stories about him. Look, I wouldn't say Mr. Kumi was the one who directly gave me like my first casting gig in Ghana, but he was instrumental to me coming to Nigeria first of all, because for the National Esoccer Pro League, even the CEO of KD Sports didn't know about me then. It was Mr. Kumi who first of recommended me to him, and then of course I was able to get the opportunity. So I always give my gratitude to him. I always give my thanks to him. And you hear everybody speak, and it somehow connects to him. It somehow connects to him. So I mean, the man has been doing some tremendous work for esports in Nigeria, and he deserves all of the praise and the love. People are on the up and coming though. People are kind of filling in the shoes and kind of also following in his footsteps. We've seen some work. CEO KD Sports, we've got to say that Chima Paulson is also kind of putting in the work as well. I mean, for the last couple of years with Cage, with the National Soccer League last year, this year National Soccer Pro League, I mean, you're seeing that what Mr. Kumi built, people are kind of helping him with the mantle now. It's not only him carrying the bed, and a lot of guys are now joining the bandwagon.
I mean, I agree with you. The man who is a little bit shy and really doesn't like some of the spotlights. When you speak to him and you speak to how, you understand a little bit of how he's looking at esports, it sort of gives you so much joy, knowing that, you know what, even when I'm not going to be here, I believe the future of esports is in safe hands. As someone who has been in this industry for such a long time, I mean, again, yeah, with all the conversations happening, I just sometimes wish and wonder, you know what if we had this like 5 years back? I mean, we did start about 5 years, but let's say in sometime like 2015, we had a strong platform like this. Yeah. By now, we've seen many of the players right now probably on another level, probably monetized, probably, you know, going outside Africa, doing so many things internationally, you know. But I'm happy for the new generation coming in, and I'm excited when I'm seeing players like Khaled. And so when I see players like Farouk, who is still very young, players like John, the Killer Freak, very young players, Bajic, you know, very young players that are just coming in, and they have a lot of time on their hands to really take this to the next level, while the old guys will sort of relinquish their batons to the younger ones. I also see both players trying to see out something. There's a conversation going on right now between Rhymes and Mr. Oga. Both players trying to see.
I love the fact about what you were saying earlier on. You know what? Sometimes Africa is kind of late to catch on, but I think the saying is it's better late than never. At least, even if you are late to the party, you still got to the party.
There's a Nigerian proverb that says that anytime you wake up, that is your morning. It does look like this might just be our morning in Africa.
Exactly.
The most important thing is what we are able to do with our run when it comes. And I definitely think it's coming, because I think last year there was a conversation about Farouk going to the international tournament.
I mean, he did play in Saudi for the last qualifier.
Yes, he did play in the qualifiers. It did feel like a very close one. It wasn't. He didn't get that one over the line. But that's a knock on the door. Next thing, we are putting our foot in the door. We are making conversations. We know we are forcing the whole rest of the world to look at us differently, and it's not just in FC. That's
across the different genre
of games. The Free Fire guys are doing crazy. The Call of Duty guys are doing numbers. I'm seeing consistent gaming tournaments happen across Africa. Yeah, while I'm an FC guy, I'm also looking at some of these guys, and I'm terrifically impressed with what they're doing.
Well, exactly. I think everybody's pulling their way. Charles, every single esports enthusiast, if you're an esports manager, you own a team, you're a player yourself, you're a caster anywhere you are across Africa. We know it's difficult from our part of the world to kind of blossom, but everybody's trying to pull their weight, and we salute each and every one of your efforts to make this happen. And so a huge shout out to them. No, people have been doing this for like, I mean, man, you've been in the scene for
I'd say 5 years, I guess.
5 years, 6 years. I'm also around that region, 5 years, 6 years. But if you speak to Mr. Kumi, he's probably getting close to like
20 years.
Even more, maybe 20 years.
Yeah,
so that's crazy to think about. I know back home in Ghana, Mr. Kwesi for president of Esports Association Ghana, it's also been close like 15 to 20 years. They started doing this from uni days.
Yeah, exactly.
Like rallying guys up.
Young people who saw the vision that other people who didn't see on time. You know, back in uni, I think that was when I had the most chance to play it, because I mean, back at home, if they find me trouble. I mean, one core memory of my childhood is my father finding me because I was sent on an errand, and I went to and I'm not gonna lie, it was winning 11.
Now everybody has it.
Let me not just you guys. It was winning 11. I just sneaked to the game center, and for the first time, I had one win. So I mean, there was nothing that would have pulled me away from that. I had losses after that too, but for me to just have that one win, throwing 3 matters. I don't know how you call it the ball. Listen, Adrino in I think listen, boy,
that 99 pace shooting was
it was crazy, and I remember that was a core child memory. But I mean, looking at that, if we had people like these men, the Chimas of the world, the Kumi of the world, some of the guys who own esports companies right now, with that amount of vision, with that amount of perception, I'm sure would have been so far ahead. But you know what? Hey, let's not flog a dead horse already. We already have something ongoing right now, and that's why we're calling on all of you guys. Listen, every single time that there is an FC tournament going on, we're on YouTube. We also, I'll tell you guys, please share the link. You're helping to grow the community by sharing the link. Invite people to come in. Listen, sometimes I post these links on my personal WhatsApp page, and people are asking me, wait, you guys have a community that does this for FC? I mean, I'm speaking with people and I'm showing them the videos, and they are blown away. They don't even have any idea. People that they watch a whole lot of the European league competitions, but they don't have an idea that Nigeria has something similar growing, you know, that could be another alternate source of entertainment to the younger generation coming up.
Well, certainly, I think it's pretty important. And the thing is, kind of convincing the older generation that this is something that's to be taken serious has always been the most difficult part. But then when you have professional esports organization like KD Sports showing you the platform, showing you the structure, it becomes way easier to show them that, you know what, if you go through this and this and this part, you can get to this level. That is why I think, even though we are doing great, we certainly need a couple of players, maybe even Caster's production team, really hit those heights so they can be the bar that everybody sets. I think right now, KD Sports is setting the bar really high for everybody to know that, you know what, when you step into the field like this is the levels that you can get to. So I'm always proud of everybody that is pulling in their weight when it comes to African esports.
You know, it's incredible because sometimes I'm having conversation with other competitions, organizers of competitions, and you can see them looking at, you know, we're trying to see how we can replicate something like this. We're trying to see how we can replicate, and this is something I would call maybe a healthy competition where you're trying to really pull your weight also as we go back into the action on screen. This is the last game for the day. Rhymes versus Mr. Oga. Currently, Rhymes has that lead. A 2-goal lead is a healthy one, but we've seen again and again that healthy leads like 2-goal leads have been tested by fire and by desire a whole lot of times. While Rhymes will be looking to take this one, it will do him a whole lot of good. It will pull him right ahead of Mr. Oga, and definitely in that top 4 conversations with just one more game week to go.
Well, certainly 55 minutes going in this game, as this one our last round of action here in our penultimate weekend for our action here at the National Esoccer Pro League Week 6 Day 2. We told you we promised you 7 straight weeks of entertainment, and it has delivered. And next week will definitely be a banger. Book, make a day with us next weekend, Saturday, Sunday. This is where all of the action will be. Comes off the post, another unlucky one from Mr. Oga. He's had a couple of these ones already. It might feel like the FC gods are not on the side today.
I mean, we call that one some near finishes. Any other day, that one is going in, even though the goalkeeper had a hand to it. But for the second time today, Mr. Oga is denied by circumstances beyond his control, and he has to find another way to work himself back into action. Rhymes don't care. Rhymes will really try to see if he can ensure he pile on pressure as Mr. Oga will perform a huge tackle there, but will lose out eventually, while Vicario will stand up to spare his blushes while being counted.
Well, it is getting to those points where Mr. Oga might be feeling a little bit hard down by, and sometimes this game makes you feel that way, and it's tough to recover from these positions. But when you've got an experienced pro like Mr. Oga in such a tight game like this, where he knows the integrity of the whole top 8 thing is on the line, the integrity of his standards are on the line, his opportunity to make the top 8 is on the line. I think he can recover from this, but it's still a long way to go. The OES man also has a sight set on getting into that top 8. Mind you, if Rhymes is able to pick up the win here, it takes him up to 29 points, and that's a lot of points. Manny and I were saying that, you know what, 30 points might be the benchmark. I think we'll have to increase it a little bit.
Nah, it's looking like what we're saying, possibly a 34 35 points benchmark might just be what will be needed for you. And I think I was having a conversation with Adefola earlier on the stream, where I was talking to Adefola, asking him, you know what, a lot of people have said that the competition here have been tight, and that means that the product itself, the level of play hasn't been exceptional. And he was like, you know what, I totally disagree. I think that sort of shows you how hungry these boys are and how good they are. They have been so far, Mr. Oga, this time. It is the goalkeeper who is stepping up to deny him again.
Mr. Oga has this OG way of playing. It just reminds me so much of playing in FIFA 18 or 19. I think one of those situations of the game where you have to slow it down. Not all of this quick play, you have to slow it down. And he just knows how to do it. Every single time you watch the OGs, they know how to slow it down and work their way in. So against the set defense, it's not a problem for Mr. Oga at all. It's just that sometimes you've got to adjust to this game and play with the quickness that this game offers you. But I think for him, he doesn't have a problem slowing it down at times. But this game will offer you better chances when you quicken it up in some situations, and he tries to play quick in that movement. Van der Ven with a crucial interception on that play as Rhymes. I know that 4-2 lead will not be flattering for somebody like Rhymes at all. He knows that 2-goal leads are nothing in 9-minute house. As today we've seen how four goal leads have been blown, and even crazier ones have happened. Is that one onside from Olise? That's a tight call. And I believe it was onside. And he misses, and Mr. Oga can't believe it.
That is insane. And Olise on his
stronger foot. That's like a no-brainer.
I think the fact that Rhymes brought out the goalkeeper way early sort of helped in ensuring that there was not enough space for Olise to work with, as you will see right at the moment now. Rhymes now will be trying to twist and turn the knife he currently has in the heart of Mr. Oga. It will do him a whole lot of good if he gets himself another goal prior to anything happening. It's 71 minutes, just 20 minutes off the clock to tell us who's going to be winning at the last game on the broadcast today. And Mr. Oga trying to defend as hard as he can. For him, the next goal will be very crucial that it is his, while for Rhymes, the next goal for him would totally ensure domination of this game and the 3 points job done.
Well, Mr. Oga has been pushing in the last couple of minutes, and Rhymes knows the danger that this one causes. Set up for the finesse shot, and it was quite slow with the reaction. As we get closer and closer to the last 15 minutes of this one, you can tell that the 4-2 scoreline will not be what we would end with. I feel like there's one more goal coming in. It might be just coming from Mr. Oga. Just overdid it a bit. That last touch right there from Del Piero got too close to the defenders. He loses possession of the ball, and it could be very detrimental to what he wants to do. Rhymes on the other end of it, looking for the space to work with. Great covering from Mr. Oga. That was so tight.
So tight.
So tight.
Pass. Any other day, that one was definitely going to Del Piero. You know how dangerous and clinical he could be when he is in that angle.
Well, certainly he is one of those guys that have been extremely clinical in those positions. Speaking of Del Piero, great pass. He's deserved it totally. For the past 5 minutes, it's all been the OG who's been pushing. And you see the demeanor on his face right there. He means this one. And for the last 10 minutes, I mean, I wouldn't want to be in Rhymes' shoes. It's going to be really tough. I think the room might be getting a little bit hot for him right now.
I mean, he is in the kitchen, so he has to decide to cook or to step out.
I mean, cook or be cooked. That's how things are looking right now. And for Rhymes, if he gives away this lead, I think it will be devastating. We know how emotional sometimes he can get because of how much he cares about this game. But I'm telling you
how close he currently is right now.
We'll see an outpour of emotion if he gives up this lead, because he's been leading for basically the whole game. I don't think Mr. Oga has led any point in time in this game.
Absolutely not. And if there's any time that Mr. Oga will be looking to lead, it is now. But that huge tackle there, intercepting the ball for Rhymes against Mr. Oga's barrage of onslaughts. Mr. Oga now refusing to go down without a fight. This might just be scent of blood to Mr. Oga. There's space, goes for that extra pass. Goalkeeper again, denying Rhymes. Wow, Vicario is superhuman. What a save that one was. And Mr. Oga just don't know what hit him. I mean this goalkeeper, man, I don't think last year we saw a goalkeeper this good. Vicario is just insane at times. What a performance that keeper has put up. And for Rhymes, he will feel like the luckiest man on earth right now. Getting into the final stages of this one, National Esoccer Pro League action. Final round of the action as Mr. Oga still pushing to get back into the mix. So tight as we speak in this one. My goodness.
And for both of them, they must be feeling the pressure, right? Especially Rhymes.
I mean, for Rhymes, this is such a close moment. This will be the defining moment between if he makes the top 8 or if he eventually loses out. 80 something minutes on the clock, just about 10 in-game minutes plus whatever it is, we get in extra time for Rhymes to hold on to that lead while Mr. Oga is breathing heavily down his neck. Going back into the action is a corner. Don't forget Vicari with that huge save is the only reason why we are currently not level on the score sheet as it stands. Mr. Oga will be looking forward to getting himself back into the top 8 conversation where he believes he belongs. With this one, if he gets it, oh my goodness, now there's Rhymes now has a chance. 2v1.
He needs this goal. Needs this goal to go, and he cannot afford to miss this opportunity, and he spends it. That's a big chance to put this game to bed, and I think that was the wrong choice with the cross right there. He's opening the door now for Mr. Oga to potentially get that equalizer.
Kudos to Mr. Oga for making that space so small there for Rhymes, and that is the only reason why Rhymes had to try to go over the top, because Mr. Oga sort of ensured that space was not tight at all. Mr. Oga threw everything he has at the kitchen sink towards Rhymes, and Rhymes now might be looking towards ratting this one entirely out. Rhymes has had so many opportunities to take this one over the line, but whatever happens now, it is going to be definitely in his power to know if he gets this one across board.
It's entirely in his hands right now. You lose possession of the ball and you're in big trouble, and credit to him, the last couple of minutes he's done a great job. Oh, this is dangerous. Vicario comes to the rescue again, and with 1 minute to go, you see that gesture for Rhymes. They're telling everybody, you know what, calm down, I've got this.
There's absolutely no reason why Rhymes should be attempting that one, especially when we have seen across board, and he gets the final win. He gets the 3 point. The final say in this one is Rhymes getting it over the line.
Wow, you see the outpour of emotion from the OAS Esports athlete. Rhymes is still in there. He's not gone yet. What a performance. But you've got to feel for Mr. Oga a little bit. He certainly played out his heart in this game, and it just wasn't meant to be for him.
And it's just one of those days when you have to look at the performance and be like, you know what, I've done my bit, I did my best, and it was down to the EA gods, and they didn't just give me this one. 2 times he hit the post. Because insane saves.
How?
I never called him the best goalkeeper in the game.
How?
No, hands down.
Hands down. No,
My
card comes
goodness.
close. No card comes close, whether it's an icon, a hero. I think that's because of the sheer size of Vicario as well. When you and I think, you know, some of the opportunities we have to give credit to Rhymes as well.
Yeah.
There was one where he brought him out early, and I think you called it. He said, you know what, give credit to Rhymes. He brought him out early, but the last chance, I think Rhymes has Vicario to kind of thank, because in that position, any other goalkeeper is bulging the back of the net.
I mean, if there's any other goalkeeper in goal for Rhymes, we possibly would have been seeing Mr. Oga with the win, possibly taking the whole 3 points. But today, all that matters sometimes is, no matter what is happening, we've spoken about that a whole lot of times on the stream. No matter what is happening, no matter how bad a day you are playing, try and get yourself the win. For Rhymes, this is the kind of day where he didn't play so well, but he got the win. For Mr. Oga, he played very, very well. Doesn't get the win. It does look unfair at times.
Yeah,
but can really be cool.
It can be so devastating to play this game, but I mean that's the name of the game. I can't wait to see what the leaderboard looks like right now. But we'll first take you guys on the crazy walk of what has been an intense week 6 day 2. We started off with that thriller, Brighton Khaled playing out in a 6-all draw, while Son of God getting that all important 3-0 win over Flick. We saw KK in a blockbuster game against Guru laying down the marker, 8 goals to 5. That was pretty impressive. Wivation versus Simply was always another goal mouth action, finishing 9 goals to 6.
And that was what wrapped up the action on round 1. We thought we were done with that one, but listen, round 2 had us on the edge of our seats, because in the first round of action, we saw back-to-back, end-to-end stuff. Brighton Khaled, Son of God Flick, KK Guru, Simply Uzo Wivation. That was not all. There was so much more still to come as we went straight into the action. Another repetition of the first game we saw on the broadcast. Game we just had this. That was a 6-6.
No, I think that was 6-2.
6-3. I think that was that was the scoreline between Game with Just. Remy ran out the winner for that game against Game with Just, while Anif had that 3-0 win over Blade. I think that was a walkover. Son of God lost to Dracarys. Not the best of these for Son of God. He lost to Dracarys by 8 goals to 5. Tactical. We saw that one all on the stream as he lost that one too.
That was a pretty tight game, and we finished off the broadcast here today. KK, all important win. We're getting back into the title race, 6-5. Simply Uzo with the win over Flick. Dracarys managing to scrape through against Khaled, and the most dramatic of them all, we just saw on the broadcast, Ronx versus Mr. Oga. You had to be there. You know what? If somebody didn't watch the broadcast, you can send this to them. They should rewind and go and watch back that game. Last 20 minutes, it was insane. Right from the start to the finish, it was indeed incredible. It ended Ronx picking up the win, 4 goals.
Absolutely insane stuff we witnessed today on the broadcast. I enjoyed every bit of the action, but I can tell you guys, the leaderboard has definitely changed, as you can see right now. King Ronx maintaining that lead. I think it's fair to say that the highest level number of games played so far this game week is 17. So I'm saying King Ronx after 16 games played has 37 points. KK after 16 games played has 35 points. Any draw from KK and a win from King Ronx and a win from KK might just see somebody else switching rules with King Ronx. And Nathan, without playing the game today, is the one who goes all the way to third position now at 32 points after 70 play. Wivation, that a huge win over Simply Uzo that gets himself into the 4th position, where he'll be looking at, you know what, this is where my performances deserve to be. In tactical, losing out to Dada Boy has seen him go down to 5th position with 31 points after 15 played. Yemoli, with that win over Game with Josh, has booked his spot in the top 8 with 29 points, sitting pretty in 6th, while looking down on Rhymes and Mr. Oga, who make the last end of the 7th and 8th position, both on 29 points, with Rhymes having more goals in terms of the goal difference over Mr. Oga. Guru and Dracarys, not even Game with Josh, make up the rest of the first half of the table.
It kind of felt like it was all over for Dracarys, but he's got a shot with 16 games played. If he wins his next one, it takes him to 30, and depending on what results could be elsewhere, it could be interesting. We do not have to write up Game with Josh here. 17 games played, he's got 2 games remaining. If he can win all the 2, that's 32 points, and that should maybe be enough if other results go his way as well. Dada Boy also kind of has a shot. If he wins all of his games, he can also maybe get a shot. But for guys like Son of God, Khaled, Bryce, it was tight for them. They just couldn't get it with 23, 22, and 16 points respectively. Baloke, really good showing throughout the whole of the tournament. Baji Sina with kindly with 12 points. Simply Uzo with that win today gets him to 7 points, and Blaze and Flick will be rooted to the bottom of the table. It is intense. It is insane, and it is reminding us what we should expect from the National Esoccer Pro League money. Today has certainly given us a proper preview of what we are supposed to expect next week.
Absolutely. I mean, if you had missed bits and pieces of any of the game weeks, next week is the last game week. You have no reason to miss any part of the action. Ensure your popcorn is ready from 8 a.m. Saturday morning. Your drinks are ready by your side. Your TV is ready. Your datas are on. Anything, your devices are on, because it is going to be a roller coaster. So we need you to buckle in, sit tight, hang on for the entertainment that is going to be the final weekend for the National Esoccer Pro Leagues. Ladies and gentlemen, I promise you, it is going to be a madness, and there's no other best place to be than on Kid Esports across all social media platforms, where we're giving you guys the best of esports entertainment.
Well, certainly for myself, Sly, and of course Manny here in the broadcast booth, we salute you all for tuning in with us. It was a pleasure bringing this one to you. We hope you enjoyed every single one of the act, and the whole production team thanks you from the Game Evo guys, Game Pride, Esports Africa News, Esports Federation of Nigeria, also Kid Esports, the main guys behind this one. We salute you all, and all we'll say is be here for the final showdown. Do not miss it. We'll see you next week.